What's going on? What's going on? What's up, everybody? It's Friday. You know what that means? It means it's time to stream. Oh, yes, it's time to stream. What do we got on the grill today? Oh, I don't know. Elon Musk, Kyle Rittenhouse, and Dan Schneider. What a lovely trio of white men. But until then, we're going to wait for people to get in the chat. All right. How are you doing, everybody? What's going on? What's happening? What's going on in your life? How has your week been? What's going on? Any good news? Any bad news? It's my birthday tomorrow, technically, but it's close enough for me, so I'm celebrating early. Just cracked open a brewski. It's going to be a little bit of a silly night. And what better present to be bestowed upon me than a horrible, cringy interview with Elon Musk. I mean, I hate the man so much, and the fact that he failed so miserably at this. And I've seen clips, but I have not watched the whole thing through and through. But from the clips I've seen, oh my god, this is... I mean, I know that he's a fucking idiot, but... Yes, with Don Lemon. Which is a crazy cool name. By the way, can we just, like, give props to Don for having, like, such an interesting name? Like, Don Lemon? I don't really know much about Don Lemon, and I really don't give a crap about that. My eyes are on Elon. Like, I want to see the failure. And the one clip I did see of Elon in this interview with Don Lemon, he almost fucking cried. So I am just like... This is a good birthday present. Yeah. Aw, thank you so much, Angelica, for the super chat saying happy early birthday. Thank you. Thank you so much. So yeah, we're just going to wait a little bit, let people get in the room, and then we shall start going on. Yeah, sorry I'm a little bit late today. I just want to make sure my ducks are in a row for you. That, and I was like trying to find an intro song for like 10 solid minutes, and I think I found it, so we're good there. By the way, I have been a brand new fucking baby, a brand new spanking baby, to Twitter/X. So if you're on there, follow me there. A lot of interesting conversation there. Speaking of Elon Musk, I do not fucking like him, but there is some interesting things going on that platform, so begrudgingly I've participated into it. And where I am not surprised about, like, the buffoonery on there and the absolute idiots on there, I am genuinely surprised that there's some diamonds in the rough. You know, there's some intelligent people out there that are a part of that platform, and they're not intelligent because they use that platform. I'm just saying they just happen to be on there, and I've found some creators and stuff that I would have never found before had I not explored that terrible domain. So there's only like 3 Neogenians on there, including myself, Mistress, and Tyler. There's, like, no Neogenian presence, so if you feel like being a presence on there, like, join us. If not, I totally get it, though. I know it's easy to scoff at such an idea, but there is interesting conversation going on there if you have the stomach for it. Specs. Specs is like, nope, dot wave. Hell. Oh, hell no. Oh. Anyways, let's say hello to people in the chat. Thoth, hello. Hello, Thoth. Thoth of the Atlantean. Hello, Specs. Hello, Laura. Hello, Lee. Good to see you. Hello, Mac. Macronomicus. Mac. What's going on, Mac? Angelica. Good to see you. Who else do we have going on in here? Altier, I saw here in earlier. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Yeah, I'm really excited to get started on this interview. Like I said, I have not watched the whole thing through and through. I've only seen like clips and snips of it. And the clips and snips I've seen is pretty intriguing for me to watch, because nothing would be a better birthday present than watching Elon Musk almost cry. So I am looking forward to watching this whole interview. It's about an hour long, so it probably will take up most of the evening. The issue with Kyle Rittenhouse isn't too much material. Like, it's not going to take too long. And then Dan Schneider might take a while just to explain some backstory and stuff if you don't know. If you know, you know, things like that. So it's going to go in that order from Elon Musk to Kyle Rittenhouse. You know, one of the very first videos I made on this channel, I think, was about Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, because that was just like a brand new, fresh thing. So it's interesting to like come to, I can't believe he's touring and giving speeches and shit. What the fuck? Who the fuck wants to listen to him? What the hell does he have to offer to society? Am I bringing up on the air? Is that at me? I don't know what that means. White supremacy loves him. Kyle Rittenhouse? Oh, he's the... Kyle Rittenhouse, you mean? Oh, he's the poster boy. Oh my fuck. They love him. God, send him back to Jim Crow. Hoo-wee! He's perfect. He must have been reincarnated from them times, I'll tell you what. Boy is so saturated in that fucking shit. Despicable. I think that was one of the... Not the first topic that inspired me to make my own YouTube channel and talk about things, but one of the very first topics that I would talk about that inspired me to make a YouTube channel, because like I saw this issue with Kyle Rittenhouse and him going out on a crusade with his gun, and I'm just like, what in the fuck is happening here? What in fucking hell is happening here? Yes, I have my sunglasses on right now. Why? Because I just feel like wearing sunglasses. I think it looks cool. I literally have no excuse. I think I look cool in sunglasses on stream, okay? I wear my sunglasses at night. Oh, Dan Schneider. I have not seen the actual documentary on HBO, which is called Quiet on Set. And it's about Dan Schneider. Just a little bit of a brief history. Dan Schneider is the director and creator of many 1990s Nickelodeon kid shows. And it turns out the children he had acting in his shows, he wasn't quite appropriate with. Yeah. So we're going to be like looking into that. I still need to watch the actual like thing, but I mean, it's not hard to gather like what happened there. So, anybody do anything fun for the week? Anybody have anything awesome going on? Anybody got any news, any miscellaneous announcements or information they want to share? Anything you've accomplished, anything you discovered, anything that's going wrong, anything that's shitty in your life? Let me know. Now's the time. I have birthday pizza at some point coming. My birthday is technically tomorrow, but I'm starting to celebrate early. And I didn't even think about that till today. I'm just like, yay. By the way, this cute, adorable little mini refrigerator that I've always wanted was gifted to me for my birthday by none other than the beautiful, gorgeous, wonderful Cassie, our moderator. Thank you so much, Cassie, for this. This made my day, and it's going right here, right in camera view, right where it can fit my sodas. And tonight, I just happen to have beer because it's my birthday. And I got like some sparkling, I got like a couple of beers. I got sparkling water and some soda. God, it's so cute, and it's perfect, and it fits right here. I was thinking of putting it back here on this little shelf thingy, and I just might. Eventually, like, I think I might put it there just because it'll fit well there. But for now, I'm gonna have it right here, right on my desk. It's cute. It even has a handle if I want to pick it up. Oh, that's heavy. But yeah, it's my little fucking refrigerator. I got the mini fridge I've always wanted. Now, when I sit here at my desk and stream for hours at a time, I don't have to get up to go get another drink. They can stay cold right here. And even when I did grab multiple sodas and stuff to like sit on my desk, like they would get lukewarm over time and I would just fucking tolerate it. But now I am spoiled rotten with ice cold fresh beverages all the time. It can fit like a 6-pack. It can fit like 6 sodas. There's like a little shelf to go into it. Or you can fit like 4 like tall cans in there. It's like a lunchbox mini fridge. It is specs. So thank you so much, Cassie. I love you. It is like seriously the best present ever. Like when I opened it up, I was like, yes. The fuck was that noise I just made? So, yeah, just a few more minutes and we shall get started on our Elon Musk interview. Let's see. Laura says, just life. Okay. Just life is going on. Nobody's got anything going on. That's fine. All 10 of you. I love this community. We're so tight. Oh my god, Lee mentioned R. Kelly. Every time I see, like, every time somebody mentions R. Kelly, I just think of that, like, fucked up, like, live song that was recorded about him, like, talking about bringing girls to America. To America. Did anybody see that? Or is it just me that knows about that? Yeah. So I've been working on this through most of the day. It's Big Wave Kona. It's a golden ale. I have a couple of other beers here, but I'm very wary about drinking them because they are very strong. I'm very grateful for the birthday beers, but they are very strong. Oh no, I realized that the disco ball is not going. We gotta get it going. Hold on. I need like a motor. I need some like little motor for the disco ball. So I just have to like hand crank it for now. The halo isn't. It's not a halo. It's a reflection of the ring light, but it's really funny. So tonight you have my full permission to spam the dunce cap emoji. And anything really. Like you don't have to be reserved here. Like you can be chatty. But with the Elon Musk interview, we're gonna need the dunce cap emoji, and that's for members. If you're a member of the channel, we have special emojis, and there is the dunce cap, my new favorite emoji. So if you feel ready to start this Elon Musk interview, just spam the fucking dunce caps. Let's get the dunce caps going. Let's go. Pizza. I have pizza. Thin crust, apparently. Beer and pizza. Thos says, I love these chats, by the way. They aren't fascist like most places I go. Well, thank you. I would like to think I'm not a fascist. I don't know why I would be, but thank you. All right, let's go.
Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. We're still here.
I know nothing about Don Lemon. In fact, I didn't even know Don Lemon existed until now. Spec says there's fascist chats on YouTube. There's fascist chats everywhere. It's so fucking mainstream right now. It's ridiculous. Under the guise of freedom of speech and all that shit. Hey, Fachita! Okay, my little demons. Let's go.
In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. But first, let me tell you a bit about the show. Contrary to what you might have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere, on YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeartRadio, just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon. As with all my interviews, no restrictions, no ground rules, nothing off limits or out of bounds. That is until the interview ended. So what went wrong? I don't know.
Something went wrong? The way he's presenting this is like so mysterious. Man, there's gonna be pizza crumbs all over my legs.
But my hope is that you learned something about both Elon and me, two people who come from completely different vantage points on almost every single issue. And I challenge you, Elon, to watch the whole interview and tell the world why this isn't what you claim you want on X.
Huh?
Thank you for inviting us here.
You're welcome.
Your Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's about 3 times the size of the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And we built it in 16 months. It's the fastest construction project in the United States since World War II.
So I'm here, as you know, I'm on the platform because you say you're a free speech absolutist, right? And there are no conditions.
Yeah. Free speech is as much as possible within the bounds of the law.
Yeah. So the reason I'm saying that is because there are no conditions on this interview. You said that, we'll speak to you for an hour. I don't like sound bites, so I welcome that. So let's get into it. So we're here in Austin. South by Southwest is going on. We're at the Tesla headquarters. You are in the process of moving SpaceX here, I understand?
No. SpaceX has a massive facility in South Texas where we build and launch Starship. And then we have in Bastrop near Austin,
I could give a shit less about Elon Musk's space penis project. Like, I really could give a shit less. His contributions, if you could call it that, to space exploration is contrived and juvenile at best.
are about to...
Honestly, this is perfect. I know Elon Musk is annoying, but I hate him. And I just, given the chance to just sit here and just mock the man is the best birthday present ever. Honestly, I could never ask for a more perfect piece of content to react to.
Start production at a Starlink, a large Starlink factory for Starlink terminals. But but we're not shutting down any facilities in California.
Listen, we are here as part of a launch of a news interview show that is going to be on X.com. It's coming as a media industry, as you know, is going through a whole lot of changes.
Yeah.
X has also been affected by that. Where do you see X.com's role in the future of news and journalism, Elon?
Well, I think I see the X as it's already the number one source of news in the world. So it is number one. The number one way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real-time events, is on the X platform, formerly Twitter. There's nothing even close for real-time news. So we also want to expand upon that, and we have done so with long-form content. So instead of just doing what used to be called tweets, you can now do long-form posts. You can post an entire essay.
What's up, MC? I got fucking ranch sauce on my keyboard. This is what I get for having birthday pizza. If you don't have ranch with your pizza, what the fuck are you doing? So, for my selection, because I highly doubt and I really don't want to attempt to drink 2 fucking beers during the stream because I would be smashed. Because on average, we do 3 hours, right? So I have to choose wisely. Okay, let's go here to the big face. Big face! So, I have 2 options. And I'm going to make the chat choose for me because I can only have one. Mark, pay attention. I can only have one of these. Yes, we are rage watching Elon Musk. Muskmelon. It's the perfect... My birthday is tomorrow, but I'm celebrating right now, and it's the perfect thing. Okay, so... Oops. Don't want to waste energy. So... I have one of two options. Yes, I can have both beers eventually. But I can't fucking sit here and pound a beer on stream. So I have to pick one. And I'm going to make you choose for me, okay? I'm going to put the power in your hands. So, the first one is called a tropic ale. It's a tropic ale tornado, 9%. See what I mean? I'm like, there's no way I can pound this beer. It's not like a Coors Light, right? It's a sipping beer. Genuine craft beer, never filtered, never pasteurized, no shortcuts, always brewed and packaged only by Heretic Brewing Company in Fairfield, California. Does it has any description? Oh, a blonde ale with guava and passion fruit. So there we have it. The Tropical Tornado from Heretic. So I can have that, or I can have the Confused Therapist. No appointment necessary. Imperial IPA. It's a 10 fucking %. Turn it wrong side up responsibly. Do we have a description of... Brewed by the Dust Bowl Company in Turlock, California. Both California beers. Unfiltered New England style juicy hazy. Confused? Don't be. So, should I drink Confused Therapist or Tropical Tornado? Let me do a poll. Yeah, I'm going to make you choose for me because I don't know which one and I can't have both and I have to be really careful about how I sip it. Let's see. Q&A. Which... Wait, no, not Q&A. Wait a minute. A poll. What am I doing? Start a poll. Which drink should I have? The Tropical Tornado or the Confused Therapist? Okay. You both now, you both, you all have to decide my fate. Which one am I going to have? I can't have both. Dang, this is like already. I think it's pretty clear that all of you want me to drink the Confused Therapist. I like the bottom where it says, turn it wrong side up responsibly. Unfiltered New England style juicy hazy. Confused? Don't be. The Confused Therapist. Tropical Tornado sounds like a bad Nick Cage or Tom Cruise movie. It does, though. I think we're going to go for the Confused Therapist. And you know what? Elon Musk makes me feel both confused and that I need a therapist. So this is pretty spot on, I think. Let me just kill this last little square of pizza and then we'll get going. Okay. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Like splashing water on my fingertips to like wash them off of like pizza juice. Yeah, I'm splashing a bit of water on my carpet. Whatever. It's water, it'll dry. Alright. I got my bullshit shades on. I got my confused therapist. I got, oh god, I need Loppy. My rational support unicorn. Alright, I got the rational support unicorn. Okay. I've had Elysian IPA. It's not bad. I'm not, like... I went through a phase where I felt like IPAs were just, like, shit on a lot. And so I was like, oh, sad little IPA. So I didn't mind drinking them. But, like, now I'm to the point where I'm like, I would rather have an ale or a stout. But I don't mind it. This is definitely an IPA. So we'll see how it goes. I've never had this beer in my life. I've never even heard of this. And I'm always wary of beers with, like, names that are too creative, okay? Because that usually means there's funny business going on. So let's try this. We're going to end the poll. Oh, thank you so much, Lee. Happy birthday. Cheers. Cheers. Thank you so much. All right, here's to the confused therapist. How confused am I going to be after drinking this? What is this again? A 10%? Oh, fuck me. No. Ugh. I can't be pounding this. Let's see how it tastes. It smells really strong. It's definitely got that, like, pungent IPA sort of whiff to it. All right. I'm trying to get the pizza. Hold on. Let me cleanse my palate. Happy solar return. Thank you. Thank you. It is my annual solar rotation celebration. Annual solar rotation celebration. That's what this is. All right. Ugh. Ugly face. Ugh. Oh, God. I don't know about that. I don't know about this. I hope the other one tastes better. Yeah, I hope the other one tastes better too, but like, I made my choice and there's no way I'm cracking open another beer. Like, okay, I guess the first sip was just surprising. It's definitely something... this is definitely a beer not everyone would like. Like, this is... I mean, I don't mind IPAs, but this is like... concentrated IPA. It's almost like, you know, it's like an Indian Pale Ale, and they took the pale part, and they're just like, to fuck with the pale. Let's just... Ugh. I don't know. I am confused. This is very appropriate. The confused therapist. I am confused by the flavor of this beverage. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, speaking of confusing therapy, let's get back to this, Elon Musk thing. Let's start it over just for fun. Hank, we're only in a minute into it. Okay, let's go. The Don Lemon Show.
Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. we're still here. In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. But first, let me tell you a bit about the show. Contrary to what you might have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our
we're wooing here.
plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere. On YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeartRadio. Just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon. As with all my interviews, no restrictions, no ground rules, nothing off limits or out of bounds. That is until the interview ended. So what went wrong? I don't know.
I haven't seen the whole thing.
My hope is that you learned something about both Elon and me. Two people who come from completely different vantage points on almost every single issue. And I challenge you, Elon, to watch the whole interview and tell the world
why do I want this man to read children's books to me as I try to fall asleep? I don't know. He has that kind of like presence and voice. He's like Mr. Rogers.
This isn't what you claim you want on X.
Thank you for inviting us here.
You're welcome.
Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's about 3 times the size of the Pentagon. Yeah, we built it in 16 months. It's the fastest construction project in the United States since.
Oh my God, Elon, your headquarters. They're so big. I know. It's bigger than the Pentagon.
It's World War II.
So I'm
LeVar Burton-esque, yeah?
here, as you know, I'm on the platform because you say you're a free speech absolutist, right? And there are no conditions.
Yeah. Free speech is as much as possible within the bounds of the law.
LeVar reading Rainbow. Butterfly in the sky. I can fly twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. The Reading Rainbow. I can't go anywhere. Dude, that song is fucking dope as shit. Anyways.
Yeah. So the reason I'm saying that is because there are no conditions on this interview. You said that, we'll speak to you for an hour. I don't like sound bites, so I welcome that. So let's get into it. So we're here in Austin. South by Southwest is going on. We're at the Tesla headquarters. You are in the process of moving SpaceX here, I understand?
No. SpaceX has a massive facility in South Texas where we...
Again, with the massive headquarters and facilities, is he compensating for something? Or am I reading into this too much? Who knows? Tune in next time on Jan Speculations.
build and launch Starship. And then we have in Bastrop near Austin, we are about to start production at a Starlink, a large Starlink factory for Starlink terminals. But it's but we're not shutting down any facilities in California.
Listen, we are here as part of a launch of a news interview show that is going to be on X.com. It's coming as a media industry, as you know, is going through a whole lot of changes.
Yeah.
X has also been affected by that. Where do you see X.com's role in the future of news and journalism, Elon?
Well, I think I see the X as it's already the number one.
Elon Musk will forever look to me as a tired soccer mom, like a middle-aged soccer mom. I don't know what it is about him. Like, just he's in a van, he's got kids in the back, they're screaming at him to go to McDonald's. There's something about him that just screams tired soccer mom to me.
Source of news in the world. So it is number one, the number one way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real-time events, is on the X platform, formerly Twitter. There's nothing even close for real-time news. So we also want to expand upon that, and we have done so with long-form content. So instead of just doing what used to be called tweets, you can now do long-form posts. You can post an entire essay. In fact, you can now put an entire book, post an entire book to the platform. You can do long-form video content, so you can do up to 4-hour video segments. We really want news in whatever form it is, or information, I should say, in whatever form it is, to be available on our platform.
4-hour video content? Who the fuck is gonna... Well, I mean... I could literally upload my entire live streams to Twitter then.
Whether it's short, long, text, pictures, video, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that we do, long-form video, interview shows, or what have you.
Yeah.
You reached out over the summer and you said, it would be great to have Maddo, Don Lemon, others on the left put on this platform. You received full support. The digital town square is for all. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean that we want to make sure that there are a wide variety of viewpoints, that it's, we always have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right. That's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well to provide different points of view, as well as centrists. Just basically a wide range of viewpoints on the platform, so users can hear different opinions. They can hear, what's your point of view, what's Tucker's point of view, and
Let's see. Laura says he always speaks like that part of the spectrum thing. He has high functioning autism. It doesn't matter if he has that or not. His points of view and the shit he says is so fucking asinine, insane, and stupid. His whole ideals, it doesn't matter if he's high functioning autistic or not. I don't even know what the fuck that is. But it's certainly not an excuse for the actions he takes and the effects he has. I'm not getting after you, Laura, by the way. I don't mean that in a tone as in you. I'm just talking about the thing in general. You're beautiful. I love you. Anyways. He's hesitating a lot because look, he's not him Chaya Rychek. It's like these people who are so used to portraying themselves online that when you get them face to face in person, it's like they're trying to respond how they would online, but when you actually confront them with their own ideals in real time, they fall short on being able to fucking describe it and talk about what the fuck it is they're thinking and doing. What is autistic about Elon? He says he's autistic or high-functioning autistic. I believe he said that himself. So I just, sure, that's there, but it has, I don't think it has anything to do with, who the fuck he is and, what he does. Perhaps the way he carries himself, sure, but ultimately, he is responsible for what he does.
And people can make their own decision about what they believe.
You didn't mean that I'm on the left? Did you think that?
I thought you were on the left, but yeah. I don't know. I'm used to, well, let's just say, I don't know what the left is or the right is, frankly, these days, because things can be quite polarized. But my impression was that you're more likely to be described as on the left than the right. My sense is you're sort of center left. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, did you ever watch me on CNN, or did you watch?
I saw segments. I saw segments.
Yeah.
But CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, for example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left.
Yeah. So that's what is it?
Am I missing something here?
Okay. Are you missing something? I don't know. I think that when I read that, I said, like many of my critics or detractors, they never really watched me on CNN. They just saw the clips of me either on social media or maybe on Fox News or in conservative media, where it's sort of where I've become a character or a caricature of what I actually am, and it's taken out of context.
Sure. Well, how would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as someone who is, I am independent in my thinking, and I vote for people based on the issues and how I feel about it, not necessarily because of political leaning of some sort.
Well, I agree with that approach. I think that's generally how...
Yeah.
Mark says, CNN for 20 years has been sliding forward to Fox level right-wing corporatism. You could call CNN centrist in the 90s, but no longer true. Yeah, that's kind of it really is. CNN did start off as centrist, but not so much these days.
People should take things, which is, there are a whole sort of set of issues which are sort of somewhat arbitrarily bucketed into right or left.
Yeah.
But I think most citizens would think that they would agree with some things on the left, but not everything, or they agree on some things on the right, but not everything. So that's what I think most people feel, I guess.
How much longer, and maybe the answer is forever, how much longer are we going to have to call it the formerly known as Twitter? I mean, even Prince went back to Prince instead of, is it always going to be X?
Thank
Certainly
you.
always going to be X.
So X is going through some changes. I said a lot of media companies are going through some changes. You're in charge of an incredible platform, Elon. How do you feel that's going?
I think it's going pretty well so far. We're seeing record usage. We've added a tremendous amount of functionality. I mentioned that it used to be that you could only do short, text and maybe a picture or something like that, short video. But now you can do long form text, long form video. We've added audio video calling, so you can not just do text DMs, you can do audio video calling. We've improved the algorithm, I think, significantly, and made the system faster and better, and
How?
that's reflected in the increased usage.
So let's talk about that, because you said you wanted all points of view, right? It's a digital town square for all.
Yeah.
It's the platform has kind of picked up where some conservative media has left off. That moving to the right, increasingly becoming part of a conservative dialogue, and sometimes even conspiracy theory.
I don't know about this beer, y'all. It's so tense. I don't know. It's just like barely, like, even smelling it is like, ugh.
Right? There was an article recently written about you saying that you, Donald Trump, and X were the most important people.
Let's see. Flower Dragon says not excusing him. Just again the speech pattern thing. Maybe, but he also him sitting down and talking with somebody who like directly makes him think about like the actions he does and like the shit he does. I think he's genuinely caught off guard and isn't really media ready, like media trained on these issues. You know how some people are like very media trained to answer like questions on rapid fire, no matter what they may be. I don't think he's quite like that. I think it's more of like he's used to just having time to post something on the internet and have people respond that way rather than like a face-to-face conversation. Altair says sip, sip, sip. Yeah, no, seriously, like this is ugh. I don't know why. I didn't choose this. It was gifted to me. Anyways.
Or places or whatever icons when it comes to the MAGA movement. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, there are nonsense articles written all the time, and I certainly wouldn't agree with that one. I put it in the nonsense category. So, the objective fact of the matter, in my opinion, was that old Twitter was fundamentally a tool of the far left. And that was really, I think, a lot of it was due to being located in San Francisco, Berkeley, and so it wanted to essentially project the SF Berkeley political dogma worldwide.
You think it was far left?
Yes, I do.
I used to I actually got off the platform because I would get so much hate tweets when it was called in, so much hate tweets and just guff from right-wing conspiracy theorists being called everything from, fag to...
Sure. It's the internet,
everything.
If people will do... I mean, I've been called every name times 1,000.
Yeah. Do you agree that it's right now and that even
No.
it's moved into sort of MAGA land?
Let's see. Tho says I'm an autistic savant of sorts. I don't use that as a crutch or anything. I'm just on another spectrum of thought. See, I don't have any problem with autistic people, and that's why I'm just like, I don't want to attribute that to like how he's acting or anything, because I just, people with autism or autistic people are just like fucking people to me anyways. I don't know, like, I don't know how that comes off, but it's just like that's the last thing on my mind when I see him speak and stuff.
I
Theory?
I certainly don't think it's right. The old school Twitter suspended and suppressed accounts that you'd call on the right 10 times more than they did accounts on the left. And even when they did suspend an account on the left, it was because of arguments between two people on the left. The political donations of old Twitter were 99% Democrat. Does that sound left-wing or right-wing to you?
The Twitter donations?
Yes. You know, when they look at donations from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all donations are to Democrats, does that strike you as a left-leaning or a right-leaning
Oh, you mean the company donated? I understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to tell you is that Twitter employees.
I don't think that's what Don was meaning, though. I like the company itself donating 99% to like Democrats is not the same as the expression of ideology like on the actual platform. Like, what is the demographic? Like, what is the room? Like, when you read the room, like, how's the room read? Like in Twitter, I don't think he's asking about what the company's doing. So it's like in Elon Musk's mind, he's thinking about it company wise, like, oh, the company donated this much money to Democrats, therefore it's left wing. I don't think he's thinking about what's actually being said on Twitter.
People at Twitter, their political donations were 99%, literally 99%, to Democrats. That's obviously an extremely left-leaning group.
My question leading into this was about MAGA. And speaking of MAGA, you recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a dinner. I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
So you didn't go there to meet him?
No, I went to a friend of mine's house, and said Donald Trump's coming by for breakfast. Is that just so you know? Like, okay, fine.
What did you discuss?
Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What did you say?
The normal things he says. There was nothing particularly groundbreaking or new, but he, President Trump likes to talk, and so he talked. I don't recall him saying anything that he hasn't said publicly, and that was it. It was just a breakfast.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
He didn't.
No.
You said you're not going to donate to any candidate.
That's correct.
Why not?
I think while I'll voice my opinion, I think I don't want to put a thumb on the scale monetarily that is, significant.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his bills?
No,
not at all. Pay his legal bills.
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask you for money.
And he did not ask me for money.
Are you going to? So you're not going to endorse a candidate?
I may, in the final stretch, endorse a candidate, but I don't know yet.
We're kind of in the final stretch. I mean, for fuck's sakes, it's gonna be another game of Trump versus Biden again. Another dichotomy. Here we go again. Here we go again. Oh, I got some, ever since I've been on Twitter, I've got some juice. I got some dirt about Elon Musk and his bias towards left-leaning people.
I want to make a considered decision before the election, and if I do decide to endorse a candidate, then I will explain exactly why.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No.
You're not leaning towards anyone? Because you've been...
I'm leaning away from Biden.
You're leaning away?
I've made no secret of that.
Are you concerned about losing your security clearance if Biden is reelected? Does that have anything to do with it?
No.
You are leaning away from Biden, but you're not going to endorse anyone. It seems like an endorsement of President Trump because there are only two people who are running now. Nikki Haley.
Fascies. Fascies, when you want to make fascism just a tiny bit cute and soft. Just a little fascie. A little fascie poo.
Is out.
I mean, a lot could happen between now and the election, so we'll see who, in the final analysis, are the choices for president. And at that point, I may or may not endorse one of the candidates. If I do, I will provide a very...
Max says he's going to endorse RFK. Really? You think he's going to endorse him? Dude, RFK is such a weird motherfucker. Like, he creeps me out like no fucking other. And just everything he says is just like, what? Let alone being able to understand what he says.
Detailed explanation of why I am endorsing one or the other.
At that point, might you contribute or donate?
I think it's unlikely.
So you have been posting up a storm, as you always do in the past couple weeks, about the redesign of the Tesla Roadster coming at the end of this year. Are there any kind of updates that you can talk about that to expect from your flagship EV? I mean, Tesla stock is down.
It kind of looks like a Corvette, like that design. Like, it really does. It's very, like, it makes me think of a Corvette.
Down the last 6 months. What's next for the company?
You know, the stocks go up and down, but what really matters is, are we making and delivering great products? The Tesla products are outstanding. Last year, the Tesla Model Y was the best-selling car of any kind in the world. So it was about 1.2 million units. It was the best-selling car despite being, I think, around 50% more expensive than the next best-selling vehicle of any kind, not just electric. So I think that's a testament to the incredible work of the Tesla team.
Yeah.
And we launched the Cybertruck. Obviously, that's being very well received. We have, I think, over 1 million orders for the Cybertruck.
Oh my god. Have you seen the Cybertruck? It looks so fucking dumb. Oh my god. Cybertruck. Oh my fuck. Like, what the fuck is this? I mean, in some sense, it's kind of cool if you're talking about, like, an 80s sci-fi, like 1980s sci-fi conceptualization of a vehicle. Like, this is pretty retro in that respect, but just functionally, like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this? It looks like it hasn't finished rendering. It looks like a graphic, like, art design that hasn't finished rendering yet. Like, it's not finished. It looks like it, like, Lara Croft old school, like, video game, like, fucking pointed titties. That's what I think of, is Lara Croft's pointed titty. I'm gonna actually search that, Lara Croft pointed titties. Like, straight up. Like, this old video game design where it's, like, straight up just, like, square boobs. Just total square titties. Yeah, it's like a car you'd see on GTA 2 on PlayStation. It'll never finish rendering. Hey, Halloween, Mom, what's going on? My god, this is the best gift of, like, something to, like, cover today for my birthday. Like, this is mwah, like a perfect present. I love it.
It's a really special product. I think the Cybertruck is one of those products that comes along really once in several years, maybe once a decade. A Cybertruck is
Yeah, it really does come once in a decade when it's laughed at. Like, this ain't the first time somebody, like, tried to produce some weird futuristic vehicle and people are like, nah.
Once a decade product. It is so special and I think it's our best product. So
But everyone improves over time. I mean, Apple. I thought my phone was here, but Apple. The phone got better over time. I'm sure your cars will get better over time. You have been tweeting about the updates in the Roadsters. There's something that we should expect?
Sure. You did mention the Roadster. So, look, I don't want to give away, much more than what I've said publicly, except that the Roadster will be a collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla.
Oh,
so,
no.
You can expect some
What, a rocket penis car? Like, what's going on here?
rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe.
What the fuck was that? I gotta back that up.
Some rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe.
A flying car? Maybe. Oh, shit. Okay, so, yeah, okay. Flying cars. Here we go. I mean, as much as I hate Elon Musk, if anybody's going to just, like, try to just mass produce or, like, create, an easily accommodated, like, flying car, it would be Elon Musk to do it. So it's like, if anybody has to do it, there it is, I guess. I don't know. Max says it's nice to laugh after a crazy week. Yes, it is. This is so funny. Flying car? Maybe. His fucking, like, head topple. Like, oh my god.
It's not out of the question.
Go on.
No, don't. No, don't disconnect, please. Is my chat disconnected? I swear something's going on. I think it's because it's windy outside. Are we still connected? I keep getting notifications in the chat that, like, the chat's disconnected. And I really don't want that. By the way, if this live stream cuts off randomly, hold tight and just refresh my main YouTube page for, like, a new startup of the chat. So, just so you know, it is really windy outside, and every time it gets stormy, it's, like, it's really bad for me because I live in such, like, a foresty, like, heavy treed area. So, internet can go out. So, if the net cuts out, just hold tight. Like, it will start again. Just go to my main YouTube profile page and wait for a new stream to start. Okay, you got it? You got it? Y'all got that? Come on, YouTube, quit being schizo. Yeah, no, seriously, please don't cut out. I really hate it when the stream cuts out because I don't want to have to start a part 2. Because it never works with the algorithm. It likes just one live stream. If you split it up into parts, then the second part never does as well. Mark says, just wait till your Cybertruck will update to the latest iOS and you have to buy a new one for all the latest software integrations to work. Roger. Okay. You got it? We got it. All right. Well, I think we're going to be okay. I don't know what this whole stream... Okay, whatever.
No, I gotta reserve the cool stuff with a,
Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I can, like... Because it doesn't need to be that... Oh, it's a little fuzzy. Oh, well.
when we actually unveil it. But it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna have
flying cars.
It's gonna have some rocket technology in it. I think the only way to do something that's cooler than the Cybertruck is to combine SpaceX and Tesla technology to create something that's not even really a car.
Then what would it be?
Okay, you're gonna create something that's not really a car? Yeah, what the fuck is it gonna be then?
something that's never existed before.
I'm getting.
So it's SpaceX and Tesla, but it's nothing that exists or has been invented. Is it a car? No, it's not a car. Like, what the fuck is it? Like a personal fucking like drone toilet seat. You sit on a fucking toilet and you drone around, fly around in the fucking sky and shit on people's heads. Like, what the fuck is it?
Jetsons vibes.
Totally Jetsons vibes. The audience may not be aware, like, some things that I have said publicly is that it'll do 0 to 60 in under 1 second. So that's by far faster than any, sports car that exists. And that's not even the most exciting thing about it.
Does it have wings?
No, it does not have big wings, because big wings would be unwieldy on the road.
Does it have propellers?
It does not have propellers.
Okay. It has wheels.
Does have wheels.
Okay.
Roadster 20 questions.
Does it have a steering wheel?
Not exactly.
What is it?
It'll have a drive-by-wire yoke, essentially, like kind of like the way aircraft or modern jets are controlled.
And do you think it's the way of the future that everyone will follow your lead on this?
I don't think anyone will ever make anything like the Roadster that we're going to make.
Let's talk now about SpaceX, Tesla. You got a lot of lawsuits. You've got X.com. You got a lot going on. How do you relax?
Well, I relax. I spend time with my kids, my friends, and I, being somewhat of a nerd technologist, I like playing video games. So I'll play video games with friends online.
Which one?
Lately I've been playing Diablo, but I've played almost all the games over the years.
Dude, the new Diablo that was released fucking sucks.
A long time ago, I was like semi-pro good at Quake. This is really dating me because we're talking about like 25 years ago.
I don't know video games. I just know that my great nephew loves Fortnite and some other stuff. He's always with the headphones and doing the thing. So that helps you relax, right? So and the nice thing is if you've got friends in different cities and they're playing the same game, you can both go online at the same time and play the game together, even though you're in different cities. Listen, I'm not asking you anything that anyone else hasn't asked you about your controversial stuff that you tweet. You post a lot of controversial stuff. Is that considered blowing off steam?
Well, I guess I do enjoy using the platform. I mean, I do call the X platform the PvP, or player versus player platform. So in video games, there's player versus like environment, where you're not playing against other people, and then there's PvP, which is like hardcore. You're actually playing against other people, and
but that's blowing off steam for you.
Yeah, it is to some degree, not always. I mean, obviously I use it for to post jokes, to post sometimes trivia, sometimes things that are of great importance.
So you do a lot of it at night, like late at night. So when you're doing this, are you sober when you do it?
Almost always, yes.
Under the influence of anything?
No, I don't drink. I don't really. No.
So you got no drink, no smoke, no nothing. I mean, you smoke pot with Rogan.
I had one puff.
Yeah.
I think anyone who smokes pot can tell I don't know how to smoke pot.
But you've admitted that you have a ketamine prescription.
Yeah.
What's that
Ketamine?
For? Well, I mean, it's pretty private to ask somebody about a medical prescription,
No, I want to know about you on ketamine. I really want to know. Is this like Adolf on meth? Because that's totally what happened.
But I think it's something I'd say, like, there are times when I have sort of I don't know, like a negative chemical state in my brain, like depression, I guess, or like depression that's not linked to any negative news, and then ketamine is helpful for getting one out of a negative frame of mind.
Well, listen,
So in fact, I generally, obviously I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
I mean, it's true. He's not wrong. There is studies and motions to show that, like, certain doses of ketamine does help with, like, deep chronic depression. But it's still in study and it's still being, looked at.
listen,
So he's
I
not
think
wrong.
that ketamine and drug therapy is increasingly becoming more in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Do you think you're doing it under a doctor's care, right?
Yeah. Literally a prescription from an actual, a real doctor, not like,
Yeah. But do you feel like you ever abuse it?
I don't think so. If you use too much ketamine, you can't really get work done. So I have a lot of work. So I'm typically putting in 16-hour days. That's normal for me. And it's rare for me to even take off a weekend day. So I don't really have a situation where I can be.
Doing what? What the fuck do you do for 16 hours a day? Like, the man takes credit for other people's work. It's not like he's sitting in a room drawing schematics for a new invention. He's not the one doing that. He has teams of people and engineers that do the work for him. Like,
Not mentally
come
acute
on.
for an extended period of time. Like I can't really get wasted because I can't get my work done.
So how often do you take it?
Well, it'd be like a small amount once every other week or something like that.
But there's not on the bottle where it says take this dose this many times a week or whatever. If it's
Yeah,
not
I've the dose. And there are several weeks will go by where I don't use it.
you don't use it.
Yeah, I think like I said, I think what I find ketamine is if you have literally a chemical state in your brain that you can't just think yourself out of, then ketamine is helpful for getting you out of a depressive mind state.
He's not wrong there.
Suffer from depression, or you have a depressive mind state? And I asked you as someone who has suffered from depression.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I have a case of extended depression. It's just once in a while I get into a negative sort of chemical mind state. Once in a while, it's not a common thing, but once in a while it does happen.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think it's just genetic, basically.
You think it's just genetic history?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, some people are just wired to be happy all the time. Some are unfortunately wired to be sad a lot of the time. And
He's not, I mean, I hate him, but he's not wrong about this shit. Like, that there are people with, chronic depression where, it doesn't matter what circumstances of life they have. They're just fucking depressed and they need some help chemically wise. So he's not wrong here on this subject, so.
my case,
I'll give him that credit, I suppose. I'll allow it. I guess.
I'm generally pretty positive and optimistic, but once in a while, I don't know what happens. There's some, like I said, I think it's just chemical tides in your brain. Once in a while, it's like a brain storm.
Yeah. Do you ever worry that this may get in the way of your government contracts and clearances, and also and Wall Street as well?
Well, from a standpoint of Wall Street, what matters is execution. Are you building value for investors? Tesla is worth about as much as the rest of the car industry combined, from nothing. So that's pretty good. As I mentioned, we had the best-selling car on Earth last year. So from an investor standpoint, if there is something I'm taking, I should keep taking it.
Have you talk about your ketamine use and depression? Have you also have said, and
The reason I should say the reason I mentioned the ketamine prescription on the X platform was because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned it.
yeah. Can we talk about the great replacement theory now? Some of the things that you post, the great replacement theory. You claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes. But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections. So how is that possible?
Right. Well, you're conflating two things. One is great replacement theory. The other is,
Whoa. Great replacement theory. What? Let me backtrack that a little bit.
Undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections. So how is that possible? Replacement theory.
This is something that can help other people. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Can we talk about the great replacement theory now?
Can we talk about the great replacement theory now? Okay.
Some of the things that you post, the great replacement theory, you claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes.
Okay, so yeah, he made a post in support of the idea that Democrats are allowing people from Mexico to cross the border just so they can get more votes. Like illegal immigrant status stuff. All right, I don't know how the fuck that can happen. Like what?
But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections. So how is that possible?
Undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections. So yeah, what the fuck is he talking about there?
Possible.
Right. Well, you're conflating two things. One is great replacement theory. The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a
incentive? What incentive?
very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat. The more that come into the country, the more they're likely to vote in that direction. But it is, in my view, a simple incentive to increase voters, Democrat voters. And yeah, so the question is like how? So there's a few ways that this works. One is that when the census is done, the census is based on all people in an area, whether they are citizens or not. So if there are a concentration of people who came here illegally in a particular state or in a particular state, that state will actually then get an increased number of House seats. So the House seat apportionment is proportionate to the number of people, not the number of citizens. So the illegals overwhelmingly go to places like California and New York, and if you just look at the math, if you look at the apportionment with and without illegals, I believe California would lose. I believe the blue state, there would be a net loss of blue states of approximately 20 seats in the House. This also applies to the Electoral College. So you said, well, this also applies to electing the president, because the electoral votes are also done by apportionment the same way that House seats are done.
But the reason, Elon, the Electoral College is in place is to balance that, is so that that doesn't happen. So what you're saying about it is the exact opposite of the reason why the Electoral College is there. The Electoral College at this point, in our history, gives people who are in smaller states and red states much more of an influence over our elections than people who are in blue states, and the majority of the people in this country. That's what the Electoral College does. It actually does the exact opposite of what you're saying. Yeah. It protects people who are in smaller states and protects people who are in red states.
Well,
the red states, because they tend to be smaller and less populous.
I think that statement is what you said is true, but what I said is also true, which is that if, as is the case, a disproportionate number of legal immigrants go to blue states, they amplify the effect of a blue state vote. And the math, as I understand it, you can research this obviously very easily on there. It's pretty straightforward to research this. But my understanding is that there would be that the Democrats would lose approximately 20 seats in the House if illegals were not counted in the census, and that's also 20 less electoral votes for president. So the illegals absolutely do affect the who controls the House and who controls the presidency. It does not affect the Senate.
Yeah. In blue states, you're talking about. I
Yes.
don't believe that your information on that is right. So listen, let's talk more about the Great Replacement, because the first time that you posted on X about this Jewish conspiracy, you ended up
I
apologizing.
didn't call it a conspiracy. I just said that there's a simple matter of incentives. You don't need a conspiracy when you have basic incentives. In my view, there's a basic incentive that is fundamental that for the Democrat Party to foster and usher in a large number of illegals. Yeah. And you don't need a conspiracy in that case because you have a very basic incentive. You could say I'm wrong about that incentive, but that's my view. I'm not buying into. I didn't buying some great replacement theory. I'm simply saying there appears to be a very clear incentive for Democrats to maximize the number of illegals because it helps them win elections.
Jesus Christ! Marg! Holy fuck! Oh my god! Like, thank you so much. Holy shit. Morgan made a super chat saying happy almost birthday. Yes, technically tomorrow. I'm so happy to know you during this lifetime. Ah, boo. Thank you so much. Man, that's so nice and sincere. Like, likewise, I'm so happy to be here in this lifetime, like, doing this shit, man. So awesome. Thank you so much. I so appreciate that. So nice of you. So awesome. And I was just saying, like, what better birthday present than being given the gift to make fun of, to mock Elon Musk. So, thank you. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Thank you. Man. Hey, we're almost halfway done with this. All right. Let's get back into it, kiddos. Mark does the no mint. I do love that emoji. By the way, you all, if you remember, we do have the dunce cap emoji, remember? Feel free to spam that in light of Elon Musk. We do have that beautiful dunce cap emoji, which is like my favorite right now. Anyways, Musk mocking. Yeah, this is my Musk mocking. That's almost like a tongue twister. Musk mocking, Musk mocking, Musk mocking, Musk mocking, Musk mocking. Say that like 3 times in a row really fast. Musk mocking, Musk mocking, Musk mocking, Musk mocking, Musk mocking. I can't do it. All right, kids, let's go.
I'm talking about the Great Replacement theory is also part of a Jewish conspiracy theory. And when you did the tweet, or you responded to the tweet about that, you ended up apologizing.
Wait a minute. Okay. So on X, somebody says, okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialect hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit about how Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing blah, blah, blah. And Elon Musk says, you have said the actual truth. Huh. Laura says, how many Musks can a Musk mocker mock if a Musk mocker could mock Musks? Can you stitch that into a doily, please? Can you knit that into a wall hanging? Because, like, I love that. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
And which I think is, it's good that you ended up apologizing. You went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Right? So you said you learned your lesson. What did you learn?
I said I learned my lesson.
You said you learned your lesson when you apologized, and you said you went to Auschwitz. You saw what.
No, I was already aware of these things, and the nature of my comment that really inflamed people. What I was trying to say, and I did very quickly clarify. This is what I'm saying: is that a number of prominent Jewish philanthropists fund groups that they should really take a closer look at funding, because some of the groups they fund, I think, are anti-Semitic.
Oh.
Do you understand the connection between the two? There's a connection between, you said Democrats, a Great Replacement theory, but when it...
What What groups? And what does that have to do with this? Okay, back up. Hold on. So honestly, I kind of hate watching interviews. Like, I hate that whole process because it's so tedious and nobody really wants to, like, address what you're asking anyways as an interviewer. And sometimes the interviewer isn't that great. I mean, Don Lemon right now so far is doing okay. But, like, I don't know. Sometimes you need just, like, a really good, like, interviewer, like somebody with the talent to really, like, when you're given a response to a question, like how to then ask another question to lead into the information that you're trying to extract. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, in some ways I really don't like watching interviews. It's not quite the same as a debate, but I don't like I barely tolerate debates. Like, you could catch me fucking dead in a debate. I would never want to do that. If I did do it, it would be like, I don't know, I'm being paid or some shit. But, like, interviews, I don't know. It's just, like, it's so tedious. It's like, I don't know. Just dig a little bit harder, Dawn. Dig a little bit harder, okay, for us? Please? Thank you. Por favor.
Some of the groups they fund, I think, are anti-Semitic.
Do you understand the connection between the two? There's a connection between, you said Democrats, the Great Replacement Theory, but when it comes to the actual Great Replacement Theory, originally it was started about Jewish people, as you said, flooding in the country.
Right.
And then now people are using it for Democrats.
Right.
Saying the same thing about Democrats. Flooding.
In my view, it's a simple matter.
His face. No. Let's rewind that. Let's look at his fucking face. It's like there's shit under his nose.
The actual Great Replacement Theory originally was started about Jewish people, as you said, flooding in the country. And then now people are using it for Democrats. Saying the same thing about Democrats. Flooding.
In my view, it's a simple matter of incentives.
Yeah.
I actually don't see an incentive for Jewish people to want to have legal immigration. I don't think there is such an incentive.
The Great Replacement Theory is a neo-Nazi trope. It's in the neo-Nazi manifesto. It's in the Turner Diaries. It's referenced by the Buffalo mass shooter in his manifesto, where 10 people, black people, were murdered in Buffalo. There's the actual title of the Christchurch Shooters Manifesto. 51 people in the Muslim mosque were murdered. 23 people murdered in El Paso by a shooter who used the same language that you use in that manifesto when you say Hispanic invasion.
Oh.
Is that not?
I didn't say an Hispanic invasion.
And you quoted a tweet that called it a Hispanic invasion.
If I quote something, it doesn't mean I agree with everything.
Yes, it does. I'm sorry. If you just cold retweet or repost or share, like, another person's post on X, it is massively implied that you fucking agree with it. Why the fuck? And if you didn't agree with it, why wouldn't you quote it and add your commentary to it? I don't believe that. Full of shit. I got some dirt on Elon, by the way.
It's just something that I think this is something worth people should consider.
Why would you quote something that you didn't believe in?
Because anything I quote is going to have a whole range of statements. Doesn't mean I agree with everything in it.
Do you think
Then elaborate. If you're saying that it could go one way or another, if you agree or disagree with something that you requote or retweet, like, elaborate. That's the whole point of reposting with your own commentary. If you repost somebody else's opinion without your added commentary, then it is heavily implied that that's what you think. That's how it goes. Just no ifs, ands, buts about it.
If you moderated yourself more, if there was better content moderation on the platform, that you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to
Democrats,
have
to answer these questions.
The Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble or you wouldn't be criticized for these?
Oh my god. It's been an hour and a half into this live stream. I have to pee. Okay, take 5. And I updated the pee screen, so check it out, alright? Take 5. Okay. All right, kids. Here we go. Put on my bullshit glasses. Put on the bullshit glasses. Okay, so we'll see. Mark says he could have said something with a trace of humility instead of like, I really stepped in the poor, or I really stepped in the poop when I first referenced great replacement theory without understanding the full historical context. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, Elon Musk says he doesn't agree with the replacement theory, but I'm trying to figure out how to word this. It's very evident, like there's evidence of Elon Musk favoring literal neo-Nazis and neo-Nazi ideology and rhetoric over left stuff. So it's hypocritical of Elon Musk to be a quote-unquote like servant of free speech when he quite literally, as he said himself, has a bias against left side politics. Like, he definitely has more leanings towards like neo-Nazi right-wing rhetoric, like really, like seriously, like it's almost and the unfortunate part is that Jan Daemon doesn't dig deeper into that and put a bigger spotlight on that. So I have to say, in some ways I do like John Lemon. I'm because I'm thinking of John Lennon, but no, it's Don Lemon. It's like the store brand John Lennon. Anyway, so Don Lemon, I mean he's good, but a little not necessarily spineless. I just wish he was more. I wish he was a little bit more aggressive with certain things, you know, like when Elon Musk kind of gives him like a wishy-washy answer. I wish he would like double down and force him to focus. And I'm not really getting that sense. I'm getting a sense that Don Lemon kind of just like lets things slide, and then he just like moves on to the next thing. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. As Max says, kind of moot. A little moot, honestly. And not just like one point, but like several points.
I'm criticized constantly. I could care less.
You don't care?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't think people should care what the media thinks about them. They're terrible judges of character.
Even someone who has one of the biggest social media and biggest information platforms in the world, you don't care? You don't think that you have any X.com or you have any responsibility to the truth or moderating the platform?
You're conflating the truth with the media, and I think the media is not truthful.
Well, not just the media. I mean, just the truth in general.
I care about the truth very much. That's why we have, for example, community notes on the X system, where in order for a community note to surface and provide corrective information about what somebody posts.
So a community note on Twitter is if somebody makes a statement that is like historically like inaccurate or something to that nature, there will then be applied a quote unquote community note, which is just like an instant tag underneath it giving the correct information. Now, in some cases that's working well, but I have first-handedly seen it not work so well. So it's not really the end-all and be-all of like content moderation here. I mean, it kind of helps, but in a lot of ways it doesn't at the same time.
And my posts are equally subject to this. I've been community noted many times. In order for a community note to surface, people who have historically disagreed must agree in order for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think any type of content moderation, I do think that's helpful. You recently called content moderation, though, a digital chastity belt. Do you think that...
A digital chastity belt? I mean, I guess you could describe it as such if it's like hindering what you really want to put out there, but that is under high questioning. Come on now. Like what is it you're trying to post out there that you feel like you're being chastised or like you got a chastity belt on you?
You believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. That's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale. And we don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
It doesn't concern you that hate speech has gone. Research shows that it's gone up on the platform since you took over. That's not concerning to you?
I believe that is false. In fact, the research that I've seen says it went down.
What?
The study from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found that anti-Semitic tweets doubled from June 22 to February 20.
Oh no, I've only been on X for like Twitter X. I don't give a shit. I use them both interchangeably, but like I've been on that platform for maybe 3 weeks now, and it's the amount of racism and anti-Semitism and just like anti-trans shit is so overwhelming. So overwhelming, and it definitely gets favoritism.
2023, one study reported that as many as 86% of the posts reported for hateful content remained up after being reported. Hate speech on the platform is up.
So what they will typically do is they will count the number of posts, but not count the number of views. So what matters is, was that post given high visibility, or what did like one person see it? And if you look at the number of views of how many times was hate content viewed on our platform, it is down substantially.
Yeah. Well, that's not...
Okay, here's where the interview fails. Here's where Jan's gonna intervene. Okay, I'm sorry. So Elon Musk is saying like he's agreeing and acknowledging that there is a lot of really concerning hate speech on X, but Elon Musk is saying that the post of the hate speech is not getting enough interaction. Like, it's not getting many likes, it's not getting many comments, and therefore it's not really an issue. That's a lie. Example. There is a content creator called Stone Toss Comics on Twitter. And Stone Toss Comics is very neo-Nazi leaning ideology in every fucking comic that he makes. So like this one. You know, you can see there's this person in front of a church and a child saying, "Oh, you're a groomer," as in like people in the church are groomers. But then in the other depiction, it's showing the same adult and child going to a drag show, and then you see like this muscly, hairy, like masculine looking like abomination. Like, so this person makes like political like and social like commentary through the use of comics, and is quite popular, and it always has this very right-wing critical sort of like neo-Nazi rhetoric. Like it, like they literally are known as like a neo-Nazi like comic artist. So yeah, like this. If we don't defend democracy, we'll get another Hitler. And then reading the history of Adolf, and then history of Adolf, and then, oh, you're not going to believe this. So as in like support that Adolf actually defended democracy. So it's very like supportive stuff. So here's the story that happened, and this literally just happened within this month. This comic artist was exposed. So was exposed by another Twitter account, a user, and this person found the identity of Stone Toss Comics because it was highly debated for a long time of who this guy was, this neo-Nazi comic artist. And somebody found out it's this guy named Hans Christian Grabiner or something. So anyways, Hans from Spring, Texas, a neo-Nazi and a tame-ass karate loser villain, okay, who created the comic series Red Panels and Stone Toss, or Stone Toss, as a form of neo-Nazi propaganda. His body of work is most notable as being capable of making some people laugh once, but out of hundreds of attempts, by any measurable standard, this means the comics are they're really not that funny. Like, he thinks they're funny, but they're not. They also barely pass as art. I mean, they do look pretty catchy, but who hasn't created a barely passable comic strip or two? Anyway, so Hans was a security guard in Spring, Texas, before going on to lie about his credentials on his resume in order to get a job working for Open IT Inc. out of their Houston, Texas branch. He often brags about his botched circumcision, I don't know anything about that, and blames minorities for all of his problems, like a sore loser with a sore front head. Okay, so obviously this is written with a tone of somebody who does not like him, so let's keep that in mind. But it does explain what's going on, because I saw this shit. Like, I actually saw this shit, okay, happening within the last few weeks. So, anyways, just, he hides his face, he you know, because he is a neo-Nazi content creator. Everybody recognizes that. And, like, in his comics, he has exalted Nazis and Adolf, advocating for the death of like trans people, and repeats debunked lies about black people and other minority groups. He was also a special guest for Vanguard USA, a neo-Nazi organization. So in 2024, like this, like literally, I watched this happen. Like, I watched the whole thing like happen, like the original posts. His identity was revealed by an anonymous Twitter user, which I know who they are, with such a clear and irrefutable receipts that Elon Musk stepped in and suspended the account for doxing. So Elon Musk suspended this other person finding out who this neo-Nazi comic creator was online. Elon Musk suspended that person under the principle of doxing, even though this creator has created very explicit neo-Nazi supporting shit. So what does that say when we're watching this interview about Elon Musk saying that he's not biased and he's all about like free speech and he's not in support of neo-Nazi rhetoric, but here he is directly supporting somebody who is a neo-Nazi. So he banned the other person on Twitter who found out who this comic artist was under the principle of doxing, and Elon Musk has put forward personal, like, deletions of bans on other people saying the real name of this comic artist, this Hans Christian Grabner, whatever his name, fuck, how do you fucking pronounce it? Straight up! So with such clear and irrefutable receipts that Elon Musk had to step in and suspend the account for doxing, this anonymous account. To clarify, he suspended the account that doxed the Nazi, not the Nazi himself. He then went on to suspend multiple other accounts, even though they were simply reposting what was then public information. To this day, Elon is dedicating personal and professional resources to protecting the exposed identity of a neo-Nazi comic artist and propagandist. It is very racist of Elon to do this, but it is much more important to point out how pointless and stupid it is, given that his identity is now posted in countless online resources. So Elon Musk has been working very hard within the last few weeks to protect this neo-Nazi comic artist and propagandist. So you tell me if he's really about free speech and he's unbiased. You tell me if he's simply like allowing people to say freedom of speech. And here he is in this interview saying very specifically, well, it doesn't matter if people are saying anti-Semitic stuff or neo-Nazi stuff because they don't get that many views. Hate speech doesn't get that many views. Like, what do you mean, motherfucker? They get tons of views. So much that you single-handedly protect these people. Hello? I need a glub. I need a drink. It's just, this shit makes me so mad. The guy's such a fucking liar. What a fucking piece of shit. Fucking loser. Can you believe that? Can you believe this motherfucker defended this guy? Stone Toss Comics, and then now is like saying like, well, the hate speech doesn't get that many views. Bullshit, it doesn't. It gets tons of views. It's so biased on Twitter. The lefties are fucking swimming for their lives. Doxing is against the rules. Yeah. And it's the technicality. It's like, well, technically you shouldn't dox people, but you really are, like, he really is protecting this neo-Nazi, like, fucking propagandist. Mark says one question might be, is X under Musk that quick to, I can't see that word. Quick to ban people from pernicious doxing that targets lefties? Pretty much. Wait. Can you say that differently? I don't think I understood that sentence. If they find a cartoon where he calls for violence, he could easily be banned. Well, that's the stupid, tricky thing about hate speech and the First Amendment. technically it's well within the freedom of speech to say a lot of nasty fucking shit. And even if you say something heated in the moment, like, oh, I'm so mad, I just want to fucking shoot this person and I'm going to do it the next time I see them. Like, even if you say that, there's still, like, a fine line between that just being an impassioned statement and actual, like, call for violence. So it's, unfortunately, as much as I love the concept of freedom of speech, it also lets a lot of shit slip, through the cracks. So, yeah, but Elon Musk purposefully protects this guy who's a neo-Nazi propagandist and penalizes other people who are calling this propagandist out for hate speech. And here Elon Musk is saying in this interview, oh, hate speech doesn't get that many views. Well, they've gotten so many views that they've contributed to the environment that endangers people. And I don't think people think about that bigger picture when they thought, well, it's my freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want. I can say this person is a poopy head and they should just live their life in poo. It's like, okay, but there's a certain line where you're technically not in the realm of, like, illegal hate speech. You are still contributing to an environment that dehumanizes people and normalizes treating them like shit to the point of violence. And that's something I wish people would fucking keep in mind, and they don't remember the bigger picture here. Well, technically what I say is mean, but it doesn't hurt you. Sticks and stones. But, like, you're normalizing hating somebody to the point where, like, if they have violence done onto them, like physical violence, it's not really going to be looked at with much care. Oh, Mark says, I'm just asking, is it really about an absolute rule against doxing that could be provable by counterexamples? Well, for the actual person who found out and exposed the information of the propagandists, like, I can understand that penalty. However, the fact that Elon Musk went on and penalized other people simply for sharing that information. I mean, once the information is public, it's public. Like, once it's exposed, it's no longer private information. So somebody who has nothing to do with it making a post going, oh my god, I found out that this guy, Stone Toss Comics, is actually, like, this person named this. Like, that is well within the right of freedom of speech. And for Elon Musk to purposefully target those people too, there's something really suspicious going on here. You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that? That's where it gets weird. Why is Elon Musk so obsessed with protecting this propagandist? Why? While simultaneously undermining, like, the whole concept of hate speech on Twitter in general. Saying that, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, except for when you're highly invested in protecting one of your neo-Nazi patrons. Like, what? Does that make sense? Am I being clear here? This beer is just, I don't know. I feel like I'm drinking, like, rubber. It just feels like, I don't know, like a rubber, like, yoga mat. It tastes like feet.
Was what the study shows, and you said you like transparency. I'm going to show you this, and
Don, you can get a study that will tell you whatever you want.
But these are just a handful of extremely. You look at those anti-Semitic and racist tropes and tweets, and as of this morning, they're still on X. And from your own content policy, these posts should have been deleted. So why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there? Did you?
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
They're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence, as I just read to you, the shooters, in all of these mass shootings, attributed social media to radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying?
No, I don't love censorship.
Then why are you asking?
I believe in moderation, but I don't believe in
censorship. Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't you think free speech is one thing, right? Or not,
Look, if something's illegal, we're going to take it down. If it's not illegal, then we're putting our thumb on the scale and we're being censors.
You're putting your thumb on the scale for moderating hate speech. I mean, you don't put out child pornography. That's not...
It's illegal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying,
No, I literally, Don, I literally said, if something is legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
What a complete disregard for the fucking nuance of social, fucking sociology, fucking political environments, fucking the human race in general. Just a complete neglect of the nuances in humanity and life and political environments. It just these things aren't technically illegal, but if you're a smart person, you can take a big grand step back and see how this affects humanity as a whole. You can see how hate speech dehumanizes others and normalizes degrading and treating them like shit to the point where you literally exterminate them. He just has a complete disregard for the nuances of human life. He just seems so out of touch with people in general.
But it's not legal. The laws in this country are put forward by the citizens. We're a democracy. If those laws are put in place by the people, we adhere to those laws.
Okay, I agree.
To the laws of others. If you go beyond the law, you're actually going beyond the will of the people.
Okay, agreed with the law. But if you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that?
See, I don't like that way to phrase things. I wish it was phrased a different way. It's ultimately you promote violence that leads to killings. Yes, that's true, in that sentence, but I wish they would word it as this hate speech normalizes dehumanizing others to the point where people feel like it's okay to physically harm them. I wish they would word it that way, because when you slap it against somebody like that, it just leads to killings, they don't really make any connect there. I think there should be more explanation and connection with how hate speech leads to physical violence and genocide.
When the people who are
because a lot of the right-wing people and a lot of these people, they're always well, if your feelings are hurt, tough. If what I'm saying is just rude and it makes you cry, tough. And it's okay, I get what you're saying, but it's not about the in the moment feeling of feeling offended. It's about how you think it's normal to speak that way about somebody, and eventually it's gonna normalize you. If that person that you're speaking hate against you, when you're dehumanizing that person, when that person feels pain, you're not going to be empathetic. You're not going to care. So when that person feels pain or is harmed or is tortured or killed, you're not going to give a shit because you've already normalized hating them. There's no extra conversation about that, and that's what I wish people would have a deeper conversation about and focus on for a minute. Mark says, let's talk about the definition of stochastic terrorism for one instance. Yeah. Stochastic terrorism. Okay, kids, let's learn about stochastic terrorism. Stochastic terrorism refers to a political or media figure publicly demonizing a person or group in such a way that it inspires supporters of the figures to commit a violent act against the target of speech. That's what stochastic terrorism is. And that's what people like Elon Musk and Chaya Raichek and all these other motherfuckers do. Thank you, Mark. Our vocabulary term for the day is stochastic terrorism with rainbows. The more you know, and shooting star.
Admittedly, you're saying
there's articles all the time that lead to violence and killing. Don't they? Shouldn't they? Like, you're applying a differential standard to.
Let me back it up a bit.
With the law. But if you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that? When the people who are doing it admittedly are saying
there's articles all the time that lead to violence and killing. Don't they? Shouldn't they? Like, you're applying a differential
We're not talking about other articles. We're talking about you, fucker.
standard to.
But that would never.
Deflection.
That would never be in mainstream media. These types of images, that type of language, those things would never be. We'd never. When I was in mainstream media, we'd never promote things that would be anti-Semitic.
Dunce
We would
cap.
never promote things that
anti-Semitic
would.
either.
Did you?
Dunce
Did you
cap.
not see those?
You said promote. If content is on the platform, that doesn't mean we promote it.
But that wouldn't be on a platform for mainstream media at all.
No, but you can think of that. That's because the mainstream media has like, whatever, 20 articles a day. We have 500 million posts today.
Okay,
500
understood.
million.
So?
Does it bother you?
So you have...
How do you feel about that when you see it?
I obviously disagree with that.
Yeah, you have more material on your platform than mainstream media. So therefore, shouldn't you be a little bit more responsible for what the fuck goes on there?
I think it's not good at all. It's terrible.
But you don't want to get rid of it on the platform, or at least moderate it.
The rules, what you're suggesting is censorship that goes beyond the law. And what I'm saying is, I guess have a disagreement, because I do not believe in censorship that goes beyond the law, and you do. We have a difference of opinion in that regard.
I understand that, but these are your own rules on your own platform. These go against the rules on your platform. That's why I'm asking you. If you said, listen, we allow everything, but that's not what your content rules say, and that's why I'm asking you, why are they still there? Your own content policy. That's why I'm asking you that, not because.
Which part of our content policy says that we should delete these things?
Your content policy talks about hate speech.
Yes, we don't promote hate speech.
And
You don't promote hate speech. It's in your policy. But you personally are supporting and even actively defending hate speech. I want to shit. I'm so frustrated. I just want to shit in my hand and throw it at the screen.
so you don't consider that hate speech?
I guess you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's if there's you can find you can sign up right now and do 100 things that are hateful, but if nobody reads it, it doesn't matter.
But people are reading it. They are reading it. If nobody reads it, it doesn't matter. They are reading it. You're reading it. You're actively defending hate speech. You're actively promoting it and defending it and fighting for it to stay on your platform. What the fuck you mean nobody's looking at it? Lying. Why the fuck you lying? Why the fuck you lying? You lying. Quit fucking lying.
So you can think of X as being, it's much like the internet. It's not some tiny publication with like 20 articles a day. It's 500 million.
But everyone has the opportunity.
Why are you fucking lying?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop it.
Yeah, this.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop it fucking lying.
That's what I'm seeing. Why the fuck you lying?
Opportunity to read it, Elon. It's not
And
that-
they
you
want
don't
the
know who's
opportunity to
gonna
read the internet. Are you suggesting we should shut down the internet?
No, but you don't own the internet. I'm asking you about you and your responsibility and your platform. And so I see how you feel now. You don't agree. We don't agree on this.
Yes, you want censorship and I don't.
No, I don't want censorship at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I want responsibility. I think there.
You desperately want censorship.
No, if I want a
You
censorship.
want censorship so bad you can taste it.
No, that's not true.
Child. What a child. You want censorship. No, I don't. Yes, you do. You want censorship so bad you can taste it. You just want it so bad. Like, what the fucking man-child shit is this? Bro, you're the head of major companies. Why are you talking like that?
But you don't own the internet. I'm asking you about you and your responsibility and your platform. And so I see how you feel now. You don't agree. We don't agree on this.
Yes, you want censorship and I don't.
No, I don't want censorship at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I want responsibility.
Yes, you do.
I think there.
You desperately want censorship.
No, if I want a
You
censorship.
want censorship so bad you can taste it.
No, that's not true. It's
You
not
want it so
true.
bad you can taste
I
it.
think that
Oh my
there's right and wrong.
God.
And I think
therefore
that
you want censorship.
and I think that when you have a platform that's as big as yours and as powerful as yours and as influential as yours, and you are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. And I think that's important. You don't see that responsibility.
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and if people want the law changed, they should talk to their elected representative.
Mark says that's what being a free speech absolutist entails. What is a free speech absolutist? Is that like an official like term of something, or is that something Elon just says he is? Like, what's a free speech absolutist? A free speech absolutist believe that any limitation on political speech is veering into dangerous territory. They believe that restricting free speech in any way, including curbing insulting or factually incorrect speech, means assigning gatekeepers who decide what can and cannot be expressed in public. Okay. I'm trying to formulate the words, or like I'm trying to describe my thoughts about that, and I'm reaching for the right description here, but it's like fighting for any speech whatsoever for the sheer sake of fighting for people to say whatever. Okay, so fighting for people to say whatever it is they want, despite if it's wrong, despite whatever influence they have, for the sheer sake of it in itself. You know what that reminds me of? It makes me think of people who are skeptical about everything. And these are the type of people who say, like, question everything, even if something is presented very reasonably to them. They're just like, question everything just for the fuck of it, because that's what it means to be a free mind. It's like, I get the idea, but skepticism for the sake of skepticism is gonna lead you nowhere. Eventually, you're going to have to come to a conclusion or an answer. And this is what this concept of free speech absolutist feels like to me. It's like, yes, anybody should have the freedom to say what they want within reason. Because if what you're saying affects somebody else's right to a dignified life, a dignified identity, and the right to self-actualization, if what you say affects that, then you don't have the right to that. I'm sorry. And I think saying anybody can say whatever they want for the sheer sake of it, whether they're a political figure, a public figure, or Joe Schmo on a tractor, I think it's just really naive. I think this is a very, I don't know. It's a very minimalized way of understanding free speech. It's a complete disregard for the nuances of human interaction and sociology and psychology and the psychology of like human as a group, as like a collective. I wish I could describe that better, but I hope you all understand like where I'm trying to go with that. Like fighting for free speech for the sheer sake of fighting for it is it kind of just ends itself, I think. It's like people who I've come across recently who they're quote unquote auditors. So they're these guys on YouTube with cameras that call themselves auditors, and what they'll do is they'll go into like public government buildings, such as like city buildings or like county buildings, and they'll walk in there filming, and they'll just do it for the sheer sake of it. And if any of the workers, the public workers, question what they're doing, they'll make up a big fuss to the point of like trying to get the public servant to antagonize the situation so that they can get a lawsuit out of it. You know, it's like they're in their minds, they think they're testing authority and they're challenging authority and questioning authority, but they're doing it for the sheer sake of it. It's like, if you have the time and talent for questioning authority, shouldn't you do it like in some place that matters, not just like some poor city workers in the fucking like recreational building, or, you know, or at a fucking park, or like the fucking finance building or whatever, you know? It's just, it questioning and free speech and all this shit is for just the sheer sake of it, to me, is small-minded, and it excludes the bigger picture and a collective way of thinking that encompasses everybody together as a whole being, as God. Oh, auditors, I fucking hate. Dude, at some point we will get into auditors. Auditors are at the same level as sovereign citizens. Okay? Sovereign citizens and auditors are like the biggest pieces of fucking shit on the planet. Don't even get me started. Anyways. I just went on a rant. Let's continue this.
And get the law changed, and then we will adhere to the law.
Okay.
But if you want us to go beyond the law, that is us deciding to be
What's up, Lenny?
So,
And I'm against censorship. I'm in favor of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And freedom of speech only is relevant when people you don't like say things you don't like. Otherwise, it has no meaning.
but I do think that there should be guardrails. And I believe in free speech as much as you.
Mark says, for instance, the right to bear arms does not cover violent felons continuing to possess arms. Freedom of speech does not protect libel or slander, etc. Also, I love how people are totally into like the right to bear arms, and they don't realize it really means like the right to bear arms, like in like defense, against the government. And within that right to bear arms also includes people who live in America that aren't technically citizens. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? People want to live by the Constitution so much, and frankly, like, what the fuck for? Like, you could sit and interpret the Constitution this way and that way for fucking ever. Frankly, I think we need a new constitution, and constitutions can be changed and amended. They can. It's happened in history before in other countries. We can do it now, folks. Let's do it.
I would fight. I don't.
Sorry to the founding fathers, but they're so out of their element and irrelevant at this point. Like, I just think we should just fucking wipe it all over and start over again.
Disagree. I don't agree with a lot of what you put out on social media, but I will fight for your right to be able to say it.
Great.
Okay, so listen, let's talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, all right? That's been a target of yours lately on X. There was a repost of Ben Shapiro You claim that DEI is killing people. Specifically, you point to medicine. You claim that DEI programs are putting people at risk. Do you really believe this to be true? And what evidence do you have to support it?
What I was referring to there was that if we lower the standards for doctors, such so that they, if the test for a doctor is lowered, then the probability of them making a mistake and killing someone is obviously going to be higher.
Okay.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure I understand. I
Yeah,
want to make
right?
sure I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if the standards for passing medical exams and becoming a doctor, or especially something like a surgeon, if the standards are lowered, then the probability that the surgeon will make a mistake is higher. They're making mistakes in their exam. They may make mistakes with people, and that may result in people dying.
What evidence do you have, though, that they're lowering the standards? There's no evidence of that.
I believe there is.
There's no evidence of that, Elon. What is the evidence?
I believe they have literally lowered the standards at Duke University.
Where?
And that
For
is
what?
what the article was referring to.
There's no
Are you
evidence
saying they
of
have
that.
not lowered the standards?
There's
at Duke?
no evidence about lowering standards, and I think that there is.
I believe that is a false statement you're making.
Okay, well, we'll
Whatever,
figure it out.
dude.
Yeah.
I think
the
that-
interesting thing is, when this is posted on the X platform, there will be a whole bunch of things that rebut what you said and what I said.
Right.
And so people can then make their own decision based on the replies and the rebuttals and the community notes.
I think that's fair, but I do think that on this particular topic, I do think that you and Ben Shapiro are reaching in about this, because there was what Ben posted said that people were, he gave instances of people who were deliberately harming people. Nowhere in the thread does Ben suggest at all, I should say, that anyone is being killed as a result of DEI. That's purely speculative. There's research on DEI and medicine, and there's no evidence that standards are being lowered,
Okay.
that DEI is affecting medicine. Actually,
Okay,
only 5% of doctors
Yeah.
are black, and a small percent.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll find that when this is posted to the X platform, that people will reply to it with evidence.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Okay, so, but that's my whole thing about moderation. Maybe you're wrong, but you'll put it out there. You don't know if it's right. Do you think that your responsibility to make sure something is right before you, the person who owns it, Elon Musk, who's
Yeah.
a huge figure in the world, that you should know that it's true, that there are people at X who can get research for you before you put something out there like that? That's not necessarily true, even in other examples.
If I say something that is inaccurate, I'm immediately corrected on the platform. That's the advantage of a real-time system like X. So there will be immediately in the replies people correcting me. There will be a community note that will correct me, which is attached to the actual post itself.
Do you think as many people
and
read
Yes.
You think as many people read that as it reads your tweet?
Yes, in fact, and if there's a community note that happens later where somebody didn't see, but they replied to that, or interacted with that post, we will notify them that there is now a community note correcting that post.
Just so you
Whereas if you consider the conventional media, that doesn't happen. Conventional media makes false statements all the time and nobody ever hears the correction.
When I was in conventional media, I can only speak for myself. If I got something wrong, or if someone got something wrong on the platform that I was on, it was corrected, and we made sure that it was corrected. Now, I can't speak for
Great, well-
anyone else.
I don't think that's a universal situation.
Okay. So I just the research, so when you talk, do
Okay,
you
that's
believe
weird.
that people are dying because...
Really? You don't think it's a universal situation that people should correct their fucking mistakes and misinformation? I mean, I know that's not precisely what he said, but it's kind of the indication.
medical standards, DEI is causing medical standards to be lowered. Do you actually believe people are dying because of that?
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor,
You're saying if we lower the standards,
Yes.
but do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't
Or have
think
been
that
lowered?
is yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
Angelica says, also, how are we still on Elon? I don't know. Why am I on Twitter?
Okay. But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities are treated by the medical system,
Oh,
most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI because there's no actual evidence of what you're saying.
Why I'm on Twitter. By the way, join me on Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter account, tough. Make one. Join me. Participate in the buffoonery. Participate in the onslaught of crazy conversation. Do it now. Join my Neogenian Twitter army immediately. Follow me at Jan Daemon.
No, I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to, a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and yet they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will.
But
I said if we lower standards, people will die.
But why respond to something or put something out there that has not happened? Because I could say,
Because I don't want it to happen. I think
That's from another time when we had something called journalism. All that fact-checking and self-correction business.
Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm
If doctors make mistakes and they're not really like as professional as they say they are, well, the majority of doctors are white. So are you saying white men are fucking stupid? That's essentially where that's going.
very basically saying that if we lower standards for what it takes to become a board-certified surgeon or, an oncologist or something where the kind of disease we're talking about, if you make a mistake, causes someone to die, then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards.
Okay.
Therefore, we should not lower the standards.
But why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors or...
I mean, like,
That's
who cares about Elon Musk's opinion of this? That's what I
yes.
mean.
At Duke University.
Okay. The evidence that I have shows that that's not true.
Okay.
So listen, after the door blew off this mid-flight in this Alaskan Airlines flight, do you remember that? You responded in a post claiming that the average HBCU grad was less intelligent than the average airline pilot, and stated that it will take an airplane crashing and killing hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DIE. I don't know if did you misspell it on purpose, which it should be DEI. Do you believe that women and minority pilots are inherently less intelligent and less skilled than white male pilots?
No, I'm just saying that we should not lower the standards for them.
Okay. But there's no evidence that standards are being lowered when it comes to the airline industry.
You've repeatedly said that there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, and watch the replies showing all the evidence that it is.
Replies, though, on social media or on Twitter are not necessarily fact and evidence.
No,
that's people's
they will
opinion.
cite all the reply, in the replies to this. You will see how often the information is cited, showing that indeed there are significant cases where standards are lowered.
And I do hope that happens. I do hope that happens, and I look forward to it. And as you said, if you're wrong, then you're wrong, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm glad we're having this conversation, debating. This is what we should be doing, debating the issue. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and then they'll be proven in the thing, and you as well. But I just want to tell you that pilot that you talked about, in fact, was a woman pilot.
Oh my god, interviews are so tedious. What the fuck is happening?
Landed the plane safely, despite the major malfunction with the equipment. Boeing has taken responsibility for that incident, saying that it was caused by a faulty door panel. So I'm not sure what that had to do with lowering the standards for pilots when it was a faulty...
No, it's not lowering standards for pilots. It's the incentive structure, I believe, at Boeing changed to include DEI as a fundamental executive incentive. But in my view, it should be purely about passenger safety.
Okay, but do you understand how by saying just that standards are being lowered, that you're implying that they're being lowered because people are less skilled and less intelligent, and you're talking about people of color and or women.
Look, I'm saying we should not lower standards.
But you don't?
That's it.
I think everyone can agree that you shouldn't lower standards.
Great.
But you're implying that they're
Right.
lowering standards because of people of color or women, because someone is not a white man.
Right, because recently there was brought out, like, it kind of went viral. A video of a black woman who's a pilot, and Elon Musk is suggesting that if there are black women pilots, then somehow that, you know, things are being lowered, that quality is being lowered, which is stupid. That's what we're talking about here.
Pull back a little bit.
Whether it's inside a United Airlines flight simulator or flying the friendly skies, Mullis Ward has soared to new heights in aviation during her more than 3-decade-long career.
You know, I never started my career thinking I'm going to trailblaze. I always just felt like I was going to do my job.
In 1998, she became the first black woman captain at United Airlines and the first in the U.S. to fly commercial airplanes. But even before
Go,
flying
Queen.
with United, she was a pioneer, the only woman to graduate in her Air Force pilot training class and the first black woman instructor pilot in the Air Force.
Go,
People
Queen.
saw me in my flight suit and they were like, wait a minute, are you here for pilot training? I'm like, yes. They're like, we've never seen anyone like you. So that was the first time I had an awareness that this was something groundbreaking.
She is now dedicated to bringing other women along for the ride.
Hell
There is
yes.
something about trailblazing that's important. And it's not about the status for yourself, but it's about the opportunities for people behind you.
I would rather fly with a lady pilot.
She plays a part in the ascension of female pilots. She is a flight evaluator at United's Flight Training Center and helps recruit through the United Aviate Academy. The flight school plans to train at least 5.
You know, if people are going to be sexist, if I had to, in a very weird devil's advocate, I don't know if it's devil's advocate, but if I was to play on sort of sexist topics, I would say that I am more comfortable with a female pilot than not, because I feel that women pilots, okay, not female, women pilots in general, I feel like they're more trusted because they have that instinctive nurturing care for people and they're going to make sure you're safe. So if we're going to play on the idea of this and that applying to men or women, like, I would go with that.
1,000 new pilots by 2030, with the goal of at least half of them being women or people of color.
My job was to make the road wider. And then the people behind me, the job is to make the road smoother. And so it should continue on and continue on until there are no more roads anyway. You know, and no one is talking about this because we've done it all.
Pull back a little bit.
And she has clear.
Hell yeah, women pilots, let's go.
You know, you're saying that they're less skilled and less intelligent. That's what
No,
you're
I'm not
saying.
saying that. I'm simply saying that they are.
Then why would they be lowering the standards?
I don't know. Why are they lowering the standards?
Just so you know, 5% of pilots are female, 4% are black. So you're talking about this widespread takeover of minorities and women when that's not actually true.
I'm not saying there's a
Standards
widespread takeover.
Well, you're saying that the standards are being lowered because of certain people. And you don't believe in DEI, right? Do you not believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think we should be treat people according to their skills and their integrity, and that's it.
Do you know that studies show?
Studies show.
Yeah, well, we can look them up. Well, so your reaction to studies show, and I understand, right? Because I always like to point to an exact study, right?
Sure.
Something that is factual. It's the same thing when you talk about, well, Let's see what the replies are on Twitter or on X.
Yeah, so
So I feel the same. I feel the same way about that. But this is what studies have shown, and people will reply and they'll say that companies with more diversity and their leadership teams have reported higher innovation rates than those with lower diversity or low diversity, and they're better companies and they make more money. This whole idea about DEI, if you go woke or whatever, you go broke, that's not necessarily true. People with diverse leadership teams and diverse workers make more money and more innovative.
Like I said, my view is that the only basis for promoting somebody should be their skills, talents, and their integrity, and that's it.
I want to ask you about, there's a federal government, EEOC, they are also currently involved in a lawsuit against Tesla that alleges that there's a history of widespread racial harassment against black Tesla employees, as well as a pattern of retaliation for speaking out. What do you say to that?
I don't believe that is true. I think we've got a very good, like if you walk around the Tesla Fremont plant, I think it's a very good atmosphere. In fact, I practically lived there for 3 years trying to make the production work.
Were you aware, if you lived there, were you aware of such behavior?
I never saw it.
So? It doesn't matter if you personally didn't see it.
This is not true, it's not happening.
Well, I mean, there's over 20,000 people. So you say, like, if there's over 20,000 people in one building, well, is everyone going to behave perfectly? No. Did I see any situations that I thought were improper? I did not.
Let's talk about trans rights and the woke mind virus, because you've talked about that a lot. You're right about
Let's
that.
do it. Let's talk about
the issue of trans rights. You posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns in bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain. Do you know what the term woke?
I got my pronouns in my bio. Fucking pronouns. Fucking gender ambiguity.
Actually means?
It's come to mean a lot of things.
But what originally it was meant to mean, it's just being aware of inequities in society and being aware of facts and history.
Oh my god. So like I totally drank that beer and I thought I would be like, like tipsy. I feel hyper. I don't know. Oh my god. Fucking pronouns. Pronouns.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course, but trying to blame everything on trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
Even as it relates to trans issues, which is what I'm.
Yeah, race or gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should not make this a constant subject. I think we need to move on. I think we just treat people like people.
The whole point of trans activism is to tell the world that we are such a small portion of the human populace that it's insignificant and you need to leave us alone because we literally just don't have any effect on the political climate or anything of that sort. Like, leave us alone. Leave us alone. Yeah, treat people like people. Hello. But he doesn't. I have seen him actively support anti-trans people on Twitter. Plain as day.
You don't agree?
Yo, Specs says that he's nonchalant to a sickening degree. Yeah, I think that's what bothers me most about him, is he's too nonchalant. He's this big head figure of like political speech and just freedom of speech and a platform of speech. And yet when he's faced with the scrutiny of the way he manages it, he's so nonchalant. It's just kind of like, I don't know, whatever. Like, dude, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just doing whatever, man. Yeah, whatever, dude. Like, yo, No homo. Like, what the fuck?
That this country was founded on racism and founded on slavery and in many ways inequities that still continue on to this day?
I think every country at that time, and I think even today, was extremely racist. Every country. And obviously, slavery was present in about half of this country, and was not present in the north. There was racism for sure, but you know, I think we want to look to the future rather than the past, and instead of engaging in constant rehashing of the past, because in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
I'm sorry, what? If you study history broadly, everyone was a slave? What? I genuinely was like overwhelmed there with I'm like, because I'm trying to give us some credit. I'm like, is everyone at some point in history a slave? What does he mean by slave? Because I beg to differ. When it comes to the term slave, some people definitely had more of an experience of being a slave than others throughout history. In fact, I would go as far as to say as there was a group of people who were not the slaves and were doing the enslaving. Am I wrong?
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No,
but
everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
yeah. Well,
All of us.
yeah.
It's just a question of when. Is it
I'm
more
not.
recent or less recent? That's it.
right.
So
I'm not descended from slaves. In fact, I'm descended from Scandinavian culture. In fact, if anything, I'm descended from people who did enslaving. In fact, I'm pretty sure my original heritage pillaged and R-worded most other cultures that they had access to at the time. What the fuck do you mean that all of us were slaves at one point? No, we weren't.
But what future do we want?
But we are.
Is this something we want to make part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say let's just move on and treat everyone, according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree with you with that. That's the ideal. But what the evidence shows is that that's not what's actually in practice.
I think we're doing better than anywhere else.
That's true. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a lot to a whole lot of people who aren't able to take advantage of the opportunities that you were able to take advantage of, simply because the color of your skin.
What advantages does my color of my skin give me?
Well,
What advantages does the color of my skin give me? Gee, I don't know. If you're so into history, as you say, you're aware of history enough to declare that at one point all humans experienced slavery. Now you're saying, what does me being white have to do with it? Oh my God, as I just said, if there's people being enslaved, somebody is doing the enslaving. There's another group of people involved in that situation. People aren't just arbitrarily enslaved for no fucking reason by an invisible force. Other people are enslaving. What do you mean what does the color of my skin have to do with it? You're so invested in history and right-wing versus left-wing and freedom of speech, and you don't understand this shit? This is why Elon Musk should not be in charge of a platform of information. Because he has no fucking merit in anything he fucking does.
there's an ease that you have in society that
Oh
many
my
people
God,
of
I'm going to
color
have a heart
don't.
attack.
You were able to come to this country voluntarily. There are many people who were not able to come to the country voluntarily. There are people
Actually,
who came here
it was
as
very difficult
slaves.
for me to come here.
And there is a legacy of slavery that still continues on. There's a legacy of racism that still continues on in this country. That's undeniable.
Well, if we keep talking about it nonstop.
See, Max says it was only first Great Britain, then USA, which abolished slavery imperfectly. Slowly, it's been countless millennia of slavery all over the globe. And there's still slavery. There's still slavery. There's still black people being enslaved. Hello, the prison system? The prison system, which is owned by, like, private fucking investors, it makes them money to have prisoners in the facility, in the prisons. And those prisoners can make money by working hours and hours for fucking pennies. Pennies per hour. Fuck yeah, there's still slavery. It's just slavery with extra steps. Mark says, how about the apartheid, motherfucker? Might be a fair question. Yeah. There's still slavery in our prison systems in America. Like, those people are enslaved. It's not about serving a just prison sentence. Like, those things are privately owned, and they fucking, like, they make money off of that, of people being in there. And those prisoners can make money, but it's like pennies to the fucking dollar, and it's just, yeah, there's still slavery. It's slavery with extra steps. Like, it just fucking... Yeah, thanks to Biden and the KKK clan. Yeah, fuck Biden.
It will never go away. If we keep making that the central thing, it will never go away.
Well, why do you believe that?
Wait, let me back it up a bit.
Able to come to the country voluntarily. There are people
Actually,
who came here
it was
as
very difficult
slaves.
for me to come here.
And there is a legacy of slavery that still continues on. There's a legacy of racism that still continues on in this country. That's undeniable.
Well, if we keep talking about it nonstop, it will never go away.
Wait a minute. So if we keep talking about the atrocities in history, it's never gonna go away? Chat, what do we think about that logic? Because I think it's full of shit. How does talking about something and understanding it perpetuate it at the same time? Isn't talking about something and analyzing it and understanding it a way to problem solve? Isn't that like the first step to problem solving, is talking about it and understanding what the fucking problem is? How can you solve a problem if you can't talk about it? That doesn't make any sense to me. And that's a lot of like attitude of like right-wing people and conservatives and like fucking neo-Nazis is like, well, if you stop talking about it, it'll go away. No, it won't. It won't. How are we supposed to fix a problem without talking about it? How are you supposed to solve a mathematical equation without examining what the problem is asking and what the problem is? It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Dunce. Thank you. Dunce caps in the chat. Dunce caps in the chat. Everybody is allowed to spam the dunce caps, by the way. You can just spam it all the way home.
Keep making that the central
By the way, we're almost done with this. We only got like a few minutes left.
thing. It will never go away.
Well, why do you believe that?
I think I'm just making a simple statement of fact. So I think we want to get away from making everything a race or a gender or whatever issue, and just treat people like individuals.
That's not what you
Do
want,
you
though.
have any desire to understand what many people of color and even trans people, how they feel about this country and how they're treated in this country? If they say and they believe that they are treated a certain way in this country, why don't you believe them?
You cannot have a situation where someone is a self-described victim, and they just get to be that because that's how they feel.
I think that does happen in some cases, but not all cases. And I think that not understanding the history of the country, I think, is a real shame. Look, we should
understand the history of the country and other countries.
I've had incredible opportunities as a person of color.
Right.
But I've also
You're doing very well.
But I've also been discriminated against, and I know that I have, and I know that that's real. And for someone to say that that isn't happening, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past is insulting.
I'm not saying it. Don, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying it.
No, he's not. He's not putting any words into your mouth. He's fucking cornering you into a situation where you actually have to fucking think. And because you're forced to think, you think he's putting in words into your mouth. Nah. I am too hyper right now. I am. Like, I'm doing too much. Like, I need to calm down. Calm down, Jan. Oh, Loppy. My rational support unicorn. I need it. Loppy, help. Oh, Loppy. Please help. Please help me in this world of insanity. Please make it make sense. Oh, poor Loppy. He does too much. Okay, Loppy, just stay there. Thank you.
I didn't say that you said it.
I'm saying that we want to. We as a country should move beyond questions of race and gender, and we should treat people like individuals and base our opinions on them on the, their character and their skills.
I don't think that anyone will disagree with that.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is that that's not happening,
not the
and
point.
it's not equal.
No,
for
it's
everyone.
not happening.
That those opportunities don't happen for everyone, and I am a living example that they don't. I know that they don't because I live it.
You've been incredibly successful.
I have been,
and
in spite of it all. But I know what I know. I've experienced what I've experienced. You haven't done that, and I cannot. I don't know what it's like to be from South Africa. I don't know what it's like to be a white man. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a Latino person. I don't know that, so I wouldn't speak for them and just say you need to move on. That's not for me to say. I believe that it would be great if the country could live up to that ideal. You think that everyone has the same opportunities in America, regardless of their background and ethnicity. Do you agree?
No, I don't think everyone has the same opportunities.
Okay. So when you talk about, let's talk about trans rights. When you
I don't necessarily hate Don Lemon, but I wish he would dig a little deeper. I wish he would be just a bit more pressing and investigative into how Elon thinks. I think Don Lemon had an opportunity here that he kind of missed. I mean, this is a good interview, don't get me wrong, but like, I wish it was more aggressive and digging into like what Elon Musk thinks. But I do also understand, as a like interviewer, you don't want to intimidate your subject so much that they close down. You want to keep them open, but I don't know. I wish this could have gone better.
decided to talk about the trans rights movement, you said that it was a woke mind virus. Why do you believe the trans rights movement is a woke mind virus? What do you mean by woke mind virus?
Thanks! Wow. Invigorating. Thank you, Elon Musk, for talking about the quote-unquote woke mind virus when it comes to trans people. Let's back up and see that long ass motherfucking pause before he actually said something.
Let's talk
the grand stare into the abyss of thoughts
about trans rights. When you decided to talk about the trans rights movement, you said that it was a woke mind virus. Why do you believe the trans rights movement is a woke mind virus? What do you mean by woke mind virus?
Woke mind virus is when you stop caring about people's skills and their integrity, and you start focusing instead on gender and race and other things that
doesn't make any sense.
I think
what the fuck are you talking
the woke mind
about?
virus is fundamentally racist, fundamentally sexist, and fundamentally evil.
Okay.
And we've got a little bit more time, so
yeah.
you choose your question.
Okay,
carefully.
okay, thank you for that. But I would appreciate you answering these. I think it's important that we're doing this. I think it's important to the world to hear this, especially what's going on in our country. The reason I ask you, listen, there are a whole lot of things that people maybe have questions about when it comes to transgender people. Even people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have questions about that. But if you are a free speech absolutist, right? And that is part of the First Amendment. Also, the freedom of expression falls under that First Amendment as well. So why can't people choose to identify with the gender that they feel comfortable with, or with use a pronoun? Isn't that part of freedom of expression?
I guess no. They can ask others to do whatever they feel. They can ask others to do anything. It's a different question whether they mandate that others do that thing.
Okay. Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy.
He didn't dive deep enough into that. He just totally, Don totally let up on that. He didn't poke further into that. That drives me nuts. Why doesn't he poke further into that? What do you mean? What do you mean about people? Because Elon Musk is trying to say, oh, you can identify as whatever you want, but he was implying that you can't expect the world to treat you how you want to be treated. But it's I want that to be poked and prodded into. What do you mean by that? But no, now we're letting up and we're going into something else. That's very unsatisfactory to me. Very unsatisfactory. Especially when there's so much transphobia on Twitter. I feel like that was really washed over. That was a really important subject and it was totally washed over. Disappointing. Disappointed!
I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left the platform. You call advertisers that left X.com. You said they were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying it publicly that they can go F themselves or go fuck themselves.
If they're going to force censorship on the company before advertising, then obviously I find that unacceptable.
You find it unacceptable. Why is that not a form of free speech? They are free to advertise where they want. They're not beholden to, they're not obligated to advertise
they're not obligated.
on X.com.
Right.
So how is that not free speech?
That's, whereas the other platforms will censor on behalf of advertisers, the X platform will not.
Okay. So, but you think you don't think it's okay for them not to advertise with or have their content or their...
See, Max says that's not how monopoly media works, Jan. He could go further because he knows Musk is not anti-trans. He doesn't want him to say it, just be murky to stitch narrative. Let me be fucking crystal clear. And I don't mean this in as an attack on you, Mac. I'm not just pointing at you and demonizing you. But let me just be fucking clear in general. Elon Musk is absolutely anti-trans to the fucking max. Abso-fucking-lutely anti-trans. But Don Lemon didn't get into that part. So we're left with, yes, definitely murky water to stitch narratives of Elon Musk potentially maybe not being anti-trans. Let me tell you without a fucking doubt, he is vehemently anti-trans. And you can skirt about it all you want, but it's crystal fucking clear. I've seen plenty people and plenty public figures make statements about trans people and then using the term or saying the phrase, I'm not anti-trans, as a sort of factor in their description to indicate that they're not anti-trans, when in fact they are. You can't say anti-trans shit and then turn around and say, oh, but I'm not against trans people and I think they should do whatever they want. You can't do that in the same sentence. That is a complete hypocrisy. You can't say, I support trans people and I'm not anti-trans, but this, that, and the other. That's not how that works. And if you want to get into more trans issues with me, see my past material. I am trans, and you know, I have plenty to say about the situation and about like my experience and the experience of other trans people in current day modern affairs. But anyways, yeah, no, I want to make it very clear that Elon Musk is absolutely anti-trans. Like, do not be fooled.
Advertisement next to something that is anti-Semitic or
That is a different question. You can absolutely choose where next to which.
Okay, so you don't think he's anti, but you're thinking about very upfront, hateful people actively working against equality. He is. He's actively defending and supporting and fighting for anti-trans rhetoric on Twitter. Every gender, quote unquote, gender critical person, major gender critical person, or gender critical ideology or political motions or bills put out to inhibit trans care and trans rights, he's in full support of. So you know, it's like you can't sit there and tell me that he's not anti-trans when he acts and makes actions that are anti-trans. Yeah, he says this, but he does that. So that's why I don't believe it. Yeah, Mark says he's not quote unquote anti, but he also doesn't think the topic deserves the time or oxygen, even though it's like a major issue right now, even though politically trans are being targeted as a fucking way to elevate political agenda. Don't get me started on this.
Which content do you want your advertising to appear? Absolutely, of course. And we have, I think, very good ad placement controls.
I don't know, because that's literally every excuse of every quote unquote gender critical person. It like every one of them says, "Oh, I'm not anti-trans, but," and then it's the after the but part where I'm like, you fucking are. It's like listening to somebody saying, "I'm not racist, but," and then they begin to like list off a bunch of criticisms about black people. It's like, it doesn't look good. You don't look good when you do that. Oh, I support trans people, but I'm not anti-trans, but trans people do this weird stuff. I'm not racist, but it's like, bitch, shut up. Just shut up. Shut up.
Disregard.
Yeah. So you said if they kill the company, it's them. But doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean, you're
John, I have to say, choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
okay, but so
Is this
same,
the
Also, Elon Musk is actively supporting and defending and fighting for a neo-Nazi propagandist too. So, I don't know how people are painting Elon Musk in this like neutral light, but it's just it's very naive at best.
question you want to ask?
the same question is you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you?
I acquired X in order to preserve.
Oh, we got our hold on. We got to back up. Hold on. Let's back up here.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left the platform. You call advertisers that left X.com. You said they were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying it publicly that they can go F themselves or go fuck themselves.
If they're going to force censorship on the company before advertising, then obviously I find that unacceptable.
You find it unacceptable. Why is that not a form of free speech? They are free to advertise where they want. They're not beholden to. They're not obligated to advertise.
They're not obligated.
On X.com.
Right.
So, how is that not free speech?
That's. Whereas the other platforms will censor on behalf of advertisers, the X platform will not.
Okay. So, but you think you don't think it's okay for them not to advertise with or have the.
Okay, Mac, I know you mean well, but when you say I know one of his kids is trans though, like even if that's the case, it's the same thing as saying, "Well, I have a black friend. I'm not racist because my friend is black." Like it just like that's really, like I know you're trying to be charitable, but that is the wrong place to put charity for Elon Musk. It really is. It really is.
Their content or their advertisement next to something that is anti-Semitic or
That is a different question. You can absolutely choose where next to which content do you want your advertising to appear. Absolutely, of course, and we have, I think, very good ad placement controls in this regard.
Yeah. So you said if they kill the company, it's them, but doesn't the buck stop with you?
Also, he's a billionaire, so who the fuck gives a shit about him? Like, frankly, like he just should be fucking wiped off the face of the earth, in my personal fucking opinion. The fact that he's a billionaire, his opinion should be irrelevant on society.
I mean, you're
John, I have to say, choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
okay, but so
Is this the question you want to ask?
Same question is you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you.
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment.
Bro, he's about to cry. Bro, he's getting so emotional right now. He's fucking about to cry.
And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
So I have to be, listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to, like, get you or anything. I was just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the President of the United States, regardless of what happens, right? So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If given a choice where an advertiser is saying, like, you have to censor all this content on the platform, irrespective of where their advertising appears, then our answer will be like, look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your advertising to appear next to, but you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform, even where your advertising doesn't appear, then obviously we will not want them as an advertiser.
So what would you say to advertisers who have left the platform or who are considering coming back or not coming back? What would you like to say to them?
Well, first of all, almost all of our advertisers are coming back to the platform. So it's a very short list of advertisers who are not coming back to the platform. And our advertising revenue is rising rapidly. And our subscription revenue is rising rapidly. And I feel very optimistic about the future of the X platform.
Okay. Listen, honestly, I'm not meaning to offend you. You're an intense person. Where does that intensity come from?
I was born that way. And
Baby, I was born this way.
I had a tough childhood.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so
All right.
too long to describe. So the one or two questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Right. Okay. Again, I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just...
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay. All right. I understand that.
The moment he's actually asked to like convey his personal like emotions and feelings and experience in life, he shuts down. That's kind of like a weird thing there going on.
So when you talk about, you said you were born that way. Is that, did you think that the way that you see the world has to do with your relationship with anyone, perhaps your father or someone in your family?
I think we're all affected by the people we grew up with. My aspiration is to do whatever it takes to extend consciousness into the future. That's my goal. To make life multiplanetary as part of
whatever.
extending consciousness into the future.
Yeah, whatever.
Have the past few years, and considering everything that's gone on, has it been difficult for you and your family life?
It's been okay.
So then, how do you see your legacy, Elon? How do you see how people see you in the?
First of all, I say that if I died knowing that I did what was right, or did my best to do what was right, and even if in the history books they said I did wrong, I would still feel okay about that. I care about the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. I think we should view civilization as tenuous, as fragile. If you do study history broadly, you'll see that there's a rise and fall to civilizations. They don't always go up. So we should do everything we possibly can to preserve and extend civilization as we know it.
Yeah.
And improve it. To become more enlightened over time. And we therefore want to address civilizational risks. We want to make sure that we don't have, for example, demographic collapse, which is the case in a lot of countries, just very low growth rate. We want to obviously avoid World War III, anything that is a civilizational risk. That's what I care about, civilizational risks. How do we extend consciousness into the future such that we are able to better understand the nature of reality?
Yeah.
That's what I care about. That's my motivation.
I know you have to go. If you'll just give me, I'll do a rapid fire thing here. Is there anything that you would change about anything that you've done in your life in the past or recently?
I've made many mistakes over the years. If I had a time machine, I'd go back and fix them. But I don't have a time machine.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So that's it. And as Elon would say, you be the judge. Let me tell you something about this show. The conversation doesn't end just because the camera stops. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching the
Interesting. I think Elon Musk is trying to be a representative of like human interest, and it's failing miserably. I don't know. Well, that's what we have, folks. Let's move on. We're gonna move on. So we're gonna cover Kyle Rittenhouse and then Dan Schneider. These two subjects will be very fast. So like maybe 5 to 10 minutes like each. So just sit back. We're going to cover the rest of our topics and then we're going to call it a night. But I'm going to go take a pee break. So I'm going to pee break and then we'll come back and check this out. So, all right, pee break, and then we'll be right back. Okay. Let's go. So, I'm feeling pretty good. So I actually ended up opening up. Coughing sounds so sexy. No. Anyways, so I opened up the tropical tornado. I actually felt pretty good after drinking that other beer. Wasn't the best beer I had. It was pretty strong. I don't on a scale of 1 to 10 of feeling the effects of alcohol, I would say I'm a solid 4. So I don't feel really crazy. Hyper, maybe. Like a little hyper. But I bet the other one tastes better. Let's taste it. So this one is the blonde ale. It's not an IPA, it's a blonde ale. And it has like a citrus in it. I'm thinking about like Shock Top or something. Or you know, if you get a blue moon and put some orange in it, it tastes pretty good, like a wedge of orange at a blue moon. It smells good. Oh my god, that's delicious. Oh my fuck. This is so much better tasting than the other beer. This tastes like, I don't know, it's like beer, but like pineapple juice in it. Like it works. In the middle of a hurricane, you will find tranquility, but a tropical tornado is pure chaos. Okay. Am I supposed to find chaos or tranquility in this beer? I'm confused. I don't know. I don't know about this sentence. Okay, listen to this closely. Chat, let's dissect this sentence. In the middle of a hurricane, you will find tranquility, but a tropical tornado is pure chaos. What? In the middle of a hurricane, you will find tranquility? Okay, because there's like the eye of the storm, right? But a tropical tornado is pure chaos? These beers have like a lore, right? There's like a lore with these beers. It's like, what? I don't know what's going on here, but this beer is delicious. Like it tastes like a light beer mixed with like pineapple juice. Yeah, it tastes like, no, not even light beer. It tastes like a craft beer with like 3/4 like craft beer and 1/4 pineapple juice. Like it's actually not that bad. Or you know how you have like canned fruit cocktail? Did anybody grow up poor? Did you ever have canned fruit cocktail? Did you ever like open that up and pour it in a bowl and eat it as a fucking dessert? Like, did you grow up poor like me? Where you just ate canned fruit cocktail? Like, it's kind of like that juice. Or like the peach or like just like that fruity, like canned, like fruit cocktail juice. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? That's the only way it came back in the day. But you all know what I'm talking about, right? Did anybody grow up where they're like, oh, it's time for dessert. Open up a can of fucking canned peaches or fruit cocktail. And that was your dessert. Cassie says, I loved canned fruit cocktail. Like, Cassie says my sister and I would fight over the cherries. Yeah! There was like fruit cocktail, like it was canned. And there was like some peach, like chunks of peaches, chunks of pear. Like there was like cherries. And there was like a sweet, syrupy, like fruity sort of. So that's what this tastes like. It tastes like canned fruit cocktail, like poured in with like some beer. Max says, we were poor but had fruit trees in the yard and around the community. Okay, that's cool. I don't, like, where'd you grow up? Me and Cassie grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah. We were like the west side of the tracks, like poor suburbs kids, like in like the lower class public school. Thinking back on my, like, growing up, my parents, like, we kind of grew up, like, there was definitely a phase I remember, like, when I was really little, where, like, everything was really destitute as far as, like, food options. But when I got older, I mean, there was some more, I guess, I don't know, mid-poor, like, it's kind of like my parents were middle class, but that's when middle class was going out of style. Like, they just tried to achieve middle class from poor class, but just as they achieved it, middle class was being wiped out in the economy. So, because my parents went through a phase of, like, renovating the house and stuff, like, they got a big boom of things, but then it just, like, I think they borrowed too much and took out too many loans and shit like that. Eventually, they evened out and were left destitute at the end, so it was really weird. It was kind of like I grew up, like, poor, but then, like, kind of mid-class, but then mid-class was going out of style, so it's like, it wasn't like, there was times where I'm like, this isn't luxurious, but then there was times where it was like, this is pretty nice, but it wasn't like crazy. But then it's just, now that I look back on it and I'm like, yo, we were broke. we like, yeah, they had some stuff and some things, but like, they were not rich by any means. They were not rich by any means. But yeah, fruit cocktail was like, oh, Laura, fruit cocktail and cottage cheese. Yo, I like cottage cheese with, like, some pineapple in it. Cassie, I remember Cassie taught me, like, when we were, like, hanging out in junior high or high school, Cassie taught me the luxurious, lovely taste of, like, cocktail onions, and then, like, you, like, slice tomatoes and just, like, throw it on a plate with some vinegar and, like, a sprinkle of salt. Like, that was fucking delicious. Like, to this day, that is still, like, shit I love to do. Anyway, so let's get to, so do you all remember Kyle Rittenhouse? I'm going to pause so that the delay catches up. Cucumbers and cold vinegar. You all remember Kyle Rittenhouse? He was that kid back in the day of, like, the Antifa, like, the Black Lives Matters protesters, things like that. And Kyle Rittenhouse went out there with his little gunsie and did a little poppity pop in the name of self-defense. Like, really, he's just a tyrant, but, like, he was passed off by right-wing government as, like, a savior. Yeah, like, he actually crossed, I think it was, like, state, or was it county or state? I think he crossed state border to go participate in a protest, but not, like, participate on behalf of, like, Black Lives Matter, but, like, he went to the protest with a gun with the intention of shooting people, and he did ended up doing that. However, he got off scot-free because the right-wing media and the right-wing, like, politicians propped him up as, like, a wonderful child. Do y'all remember that? That was a big deal. That was, like, one of the first fucking things I covered. Please don't make me go over this again. Please don't make me fucking, like... If you don't know about Kyle Rittenhouse, look it up. Anyways, Kyle Rittenhouse to this day is still giving public speeches. He's still being propped up as the poster boy. And recently, he was booed and heckled out of the fucking stream. Or not stream. The stage. Laura remembers. Yeah, Cassie remembers. Yeah, the self-proclaimed, like, right-wing vigilante. Anyways. So recently, Kyle Rittenhouse, in one of his, like, tours and speeches, he got booed and heckled out. So we're just gonna watch that. Like I said, these last subjects aren't gonna take that long. Like, that whole Elon Musk, like, interview, like, that was, like, the meat and potatoes of our live stream, and it's done with. So this is, like, the dessert. You know, this is, like, our little few minutes of fun. And then with Dan Schneider, I mean, we'll gloss over it, but I don't know how deep we'll get into it, just because we're running out of time. So, but anyways, Kyle Rittenhouse chased off stage, heckled by Black Lives Matter protesters while speaking at the University of Memphis.
First aid to demonstrators.
Oh, wait.
First aid to demonstrators. I was helping people who were peacefully protesting.
Oh. Okay, so right now you can't hear it because people are yelling, but Kyle is saying something of like I was there at the protest trying to get first aid to other people and, like, aid other people and protect property and this, that, and the other, and I wasn't there to hurt anybody, but the crowd is, like, calling him out and yelling over him, so, like, I know it's hard to, like, pay attention to, so, like, listen to it. And this is only 1 minute long, so we'll go over it a couple times.
First aid to demonstrators. I was helping people who were peacefully protesting. It's on video. I honestly don't.
Yeah, so he's saying something along the lines as I was there to give first aid to, like, people or do this and that or protect people's property. And there's a lady in the crowd shouting, "That wasn't your job. That wasn't your job. You weren't supposed to do that, or let alone bring a gun to it," right? All right, let's go back up. There's a lot to analyze here.
First aid to demonstrators. I was helping people who were peacefully protesting. It's on video. I honestly don't know anything about BLM, and I don't care.
If you don't know anything about BLM, why did you cross state lines?
So I was asked to be there to help protect the property, and I said, okay, I'll go down there and I'll provide first aid, and if I protect the property is not worth a human life. Can we all agree on that? So I brought that rifle. I was protecting the car stores, and by protect, I mean I was putting out fires that were being started. Can we all agree?
With a rifle?
Well, it was a...
Yeah, with a rifle. Bird noises. He was there with a rifle, but he was only there to put out fires. Is this man really standing on a stage in front of a podium saying this shit? Really? Because, you know, sometimes I question if I'm dumb and naive to the world and don't know enough, but that is surely an example of somebody who is dumb and naive and doesn't know enough. And it's people like Kyle Rittenhouse that make me feel better. It's just the back of it. I gotta fuck it. We're gonna listen to this a couple times.
Political trial. I was put on trial because we were during an election cycle. They used me as their scapegoat.
Who?
That is what happened. That's why they put me on trial. It was all politics. And this is a case that has nothing to do with politics.
Deflection! Yeah! Fuck yeah!
That wasn't the full thing. Can I find the full thing? Can we find the full thing?
Tempers fly on the U of M campus tonight as controversial gun rights activist Kyle Rittenhouse holds a speech called The Lies of the Black Lives Matter movement. Thanks for joining us. I'm Richard Ransom.
And I'm Pepper
Wait, didn't he just say?
And that didn't sit well with many students, resulting in one of them being escorted out of the auditorium. Our Zaria Oates was inside.
No, I don't want this. I want like that full video of whatever was crow tested. Crow tested. Looks like Kyle Rittenhouse, Memphis University. Where is all of the footage on this? Why is it so just like cut up and just like commentated by media, even though I am totally commentating on itself, but I'm not the media. Why is Kyle Rittenhouse speaking? Facts. That's a question with no answer. Hello, YouTube. Only 30 seconds. Yeah, all I can find is clips.
Thank you. But on August 25th, I was violently attacked by a mob of rioters and Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful crowd you guys have here. Very professional, very respectful. Thank you. Amen to that. We're all God's children.
Yeah, I keep finding pieces, but like, where's like a decent, like, full recording?
Tempers fly on the U of M campus.
House speaking.
The wide diversity of people was intentional.
The University of Memphis chapter of Turning Point USA invited Rittenhouse to speak. The University of Memphis made it clear that it's his First Amendment right to give his speech, so students who disagree with his message chose to get tickets and either voice their disapproval of him or not show up altogether.
The goal is to take up space, but mostly to take up space from the people that have harmful ideologies.
Turning Point USA says they are not going to comment on inviting him to speak. However, supporters of Rittenhouse...
I don't want to listen to supporters of Rittenhouse because he's a fucking idiot. Okay, protesters So pretty much Kyle Rittenhouse showed up to give this speech, and people were very opposed to that because, obviously that didn't fly with them. Because he got up there and said some ridiculous shit. Kyle Rittenhouse. But I'm not seeing the full thing. I don't understand. Like, that's the best I can find. It doesn't show the whole thing because I've seen other, channels. I've seen other, clips of this with, and that seemed to cut things out. I've seen other clips where he said some other, weird-ass shit.
First aid to demonstrators.
Hey, Gonk! Gonk says, came here from Morg's channel, just wanting to say hi. Hello! Welcome. You are very welcome here. It is kind of half my birthday stream, so we're a little loose tonight, but usually we cover things more seriously, so please don't let this be your first, impression of this channel. I hope you stay. Anyways, we're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, and he was chased off stage and heckled by Black Lives Matter protesters while speaking at University of Memphis. And it's really funny. When I first started my channel, not the very first subject, but one of the first subjects I talk about was Kyle Rittenhouse back in the day and what I thought about him. So the fact that he's still on tour right now is so honestly perturbing. Why? Why is he relevant? For what? I mean, at this point in human history, he's very insignificant, so why are we still focusing on him?
I was helping people who were peacefully protesting. It's on video. I honestly don't know anything about BLM, and I don't care.
If you don't know anything about BLM, why did you cross state lines?
So I was asked to be there to help protect the property, and I said, okay, I'll go down there and I'll provide first aid, and if I protect the property is not worth a human life. Can we all agree on that? Yes. So I brought that rifle. I was protecting the car stores, and by protect, I mean I was putting out fires that were being started. Can we all agree?
With a rifle?
Well, it was a political trial. I was put on trial because we were during an election cycle. They used me as their scapegoat.
Who?
That is what happened. That is why they put me on trial. It was all...
Who? Because I'll tell you what, the only people that used you as a political centerpiece was the right-wing media on this situation. Because they didn't have a foot or an edgewise on BLM protests. It was a messy situation, and they were grasping for whatever it is they could grasp onto to make them look better. Who? Kyle Rittenhouse, the poster boy, the child with a gun who looks and seems to signify to them a perfect patriot, right? But as you hear Kyle saying himself, well, I wasn't actually there to shoot or kill anybody. I just happened to bring a rifle for the fun of it, just because I was feeling saucy. And really, I was there to provide first aid and put out fires. And then he goes on to say that his trial was merely just a political piece. Something's not adding up here. Also, why is Kyle Rittenhouse, on a stage behind a podium about this? This is so, irrelevant. Who cares?
Politics. And this is a case that has nothing to do with politics.
Deflection! Yeah! Fuck! Yeah! Yeah!
So, Kyle Rittenhouse abruptly walked off stage when he was getting booed. However, as expected, Kyle Rittenhouse did not take responsibility for that, and instead claimed that the reason he walked off stage was simply because there was a quote-unquote hard cutoff time that he was allowed to be on stage, which seems convenient for him, right?
A lot of the media.
Okay, here it is. So this is what he had to say in response.
Great event, and I think it's funny that a lot of the media is saying we got booed off stage. In reality, we did a hard cutoff time and just happened to leave at that. Great event, interesting people to say the least.
Not really, no. So I asked him.
We're getting different views and perspectives.
There we go. Gonk says, happy birthday, thank you. And watching for more content, the Neogenian community seems like it's good energy to be around, regardless of perhaps loose live or two once in a while. I don't mind. I love it. Hey, yo. I love being a Neogenian, but for fuck's sakes, I'm a person. I'm a thing. I'm a creature exploring life and, getting on in the world. I like to hang loose. I like to get with it. I like to relax and celebrate birthdays and have a little fun and jest. I think that kind of is a thing. Sometimes I feel like and I'm not Gonk, I'm not saying that you actually think this. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm just sharing the thought and idea. When it comes to being Neogenian, I've experienced in some cases that people perhaps think that we're so locked into constantly thinking about the universe and reality and things, when there is a part of it where we just really love to enjoy the actual process of exploration and just being a person, having fun, having a drink, laughing at people like Kyle Rittenhouse. Anyways, last subject. What in the... Why are we getting a picture of the Princess of Wales right now? Honestly, I put Dan Schneider as a subject tonight. And honestly, I don't know what to say because I honestly have not seen the documentary Quiet on Set, which is available on HBO. I mean, I've seen enough clips and I've gathered enough information to realize that Dan Schneider, if you don't know who Dan Schneider is, for us kids that grew up in the 90s, we grew up with a network called Nickelodeon, and on Nickelodeon there was a bunch of kids shows that was directed and developed by Dan Schneider. And as we all grew up and started going back and watching those shows again for fun, we realized there was some weird shit going on in the themes of those live acting kids and stuff with Dan Schneider. And so there was kind of an investigation put forth out, and then eventually the actual kid actors and actresses came out and divulged the information that Dan Schneider is actually a creepy piece of shit. So that's the big thing. But the problem is I have not actually seen that documentary yet, but I can only guess as to like and assume like what the fuck is going on here. So like now that I'm actually talking about this, it's a little bit unfair because I don't know enough. I know enough to know that Dan Schneider's a piece of shit and there's obviously some fucked up shit going on here. But I feel like I could almost do a whole live stream, like 3-hour segment on Dan Schneider itself. So why don't we put a bookmark into this and save it for later? Because honestly, I think I want to take the time. I'm going to find that HBO documentary. I'm going to pay for it and I'm going to watch it, and then I'm going to have something better to present to you. Gonk says, I've heard the allegations and don't want to go further of Dan Schneider. Yeah. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's just like, it's something I wish I was surprised about. I wish I was naive. I wish I didn't think that way. But like this coming out, I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense. And it's a lot of evidence, obviously. It's not like these people like came together and put out an HBO special for the fuck of it. So I don't know. I do remember growing up with Nickelodeon, and I watched a lot of those shows. And let's see. Let's go to YouTube. Let's see if we can find like a 15-minute video to just kind of sum it up for us. Thoth says, is Neogenianism considered the cult of reason, or was that just the Hyperianism? So here's the thing. There was at one point the term Hyperianism that we identified by, but when we identified by that, we always said that the whole point of Hyperianism is that it's based on reason, and we shall change our system based on new information and, within reason and, things like that. Like, we evolve, we grow, we change. We're not just, set in stone. So, over time, we found that, although there was centers of our ideas and, groundwork of ideas that were, really good, we kind of lack the experience, moving forward into, society and things like that, and just, public and things like that. So, we learned through hardship. And we grew and we realized we had to change our ways and our views and the way we worded things and grow and evolve. So we moved on to Neogenian, which is the more evolved, more palatable, way that we, of our ideals. So there was a time where there was a lot of people, and still to this day, that are like, oh, is this a cult? Ha ha ha, this is just a cult. And we were kind of very sarcastic and yeah, we're a cult. We're a cult of reason. It was just a very ironic of just yeah, we're a cult. Yeah, we're a cult of reason. It's just we just fucking said that shit for the fucking fun of it. But that's so outdated, and it's just so, I don't know. We're always conscious of just what is necessary to help humanity elevate its consciousness, and we will always be having that at heart and not so keen on setting in stone a certain set of principles that never move and never evolve and never grow. It is a tongue-in-cheek thing. It's like, it's a cult. There's Christians that come into our stream. They're like, you're a cult. And there's like other like New Agers or like or whatever, like metaphysical people that are like, this is a cult. It's like, and that's where we're just like shrugging our shoulders. Like, we're like, fine, okay, sure, we're a cult of reason. Go for it. Like, but that's been so outdated. I mean, that was like years ago. Like, honestly, that was like at least 5 years ago. Like, we've so moved beyond that. Like, we don't even give a shit anymore. Yo, we're just here for like the evolution of humanity and like the raising of consciousness. Whatever it takes, even if it takes admitting like we're wrong about our approach or we're wrong about something and we're changing our system to like suit humanity better, because we're all in the name of like collective consciousness. And for the individuals too, obviously. That's why I love being a Neogenian. Like, we're always on our toes. We're always willing to grow, learn, and evolve. With reason. What am I looking for? What the fuck? What? Cops find Ruby Frankie's young daughter scared, hiding in Jody's bathroom? What the fuck? Yo, hold the phone. Hold on. Is this new? 6 hours ago? Oh my god, is this new police footage about the Jody Hildebrand situation? Oh fuck. Yo, chat, lock in. We're watching this. I don't give a fuck.
Come on, buddy. I'm a police officer.
I don't give a fuck. Hold on. We're watching this. Hold on. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. We're watching this.
Sure.
We're getting a glimpse into newly released video showing the devastating moments after police encountered the children of disgraced YouTuber Ruby Frankie. Officials have recently released a large amount of evidence against the former mom blogger, who is serving a lengthy prison sentence for felony aggravated child abuse. Frankie and her then business partner...
Oh my god, really? On Law and Crime Network? Oh, please don't block the stream. Please, Law and Crime, please.
Jody Hildebrand's arrest was triggered after Frankie's 12-year-old...
Oh my fuck, I gotta see this.
Son was found emaciated.
I am so juiced right now. Holy shit.
Around his body. A newly released Ring camera video.
I'm sorry, everything. Hold the phone. We are watching this like before we go to bed. Like, this is it. Like, this is holy fucking shit. Hold the phone. Holy shit.
The young boy appears thinner and without shoes, in stark contrast to how he appeared years earlier in Frankie's vlog. When he rings a neighbor's doorbell, he asks, "Can you take me to the nearest police station?"
Yes. Hi, how is this? Wondering if you...
Hold on.
Police station.
Yes. Hi, how is this? Wondering if you could do 2 favors. Well, what are they? Taking me to the nearest police station. Well, actually, just one's fine.
What's going on, son? Have a seat there.
It's personal business.
Have a seat. What's your name? How'd you get here?
The neighbor then calls 911.
Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated, he's got tape around his legs, he's hungry, and he's thirsty.
Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio.
Okay, cool.
And he asked us to call the police. So he's very afraid.
The neighbor's out of their home, or is anybody looking for him that you can see?
No. Our homes are far enough away. I'm not sure. How did you get out of the house?
Porch. He went out.
He says he just left through the porch at the neighbor's house. Her name is Jody Hildebrand, and she lives 2 doors up the street.
Body cam video later shows officers and emergency responders arriving. One EMT seems so shocked by the extent of Frankie's son's injuries.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen the front door cam of the child like walking up and that initial just like, hey, I was wondering if you could take me to the police station. It's a matter of personal business. Like, it's so sad that kid was in pure distress, but yet he felt like he had to be cordial about it. Fuck me.
She can be heard saying, I'm going to cry.
I'll take more.
Hold on, what? Why is she gonna cry?
Body cam video later shows officers
because
and
she's so
emergency
disturbed by the
responders
state of the child.
One EMT seems so shocked by the extent of Frankie's son's injuries, she can be heard saying, I'm going to cry.
I'll take more.
Wow, the EMT, she took a look at the kid and he was so emaciated and so damaged. She's like, I'm gonna cry. By the way, both Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke that are involved in the case of the abuse of these kids, they're both in prison right now. Like, they are serving their sentences. Straight up. So, I think this is why this body cam footage is coming out now. I've never fucking seen this. Holy shit.
If you want me to, just let him do.
Frankie's son is later put inside an ambulance for treatment, where video shows officers talking to the young boy while he's on the gurney and asking who put the duct tape on him.
How did you get the ropes on you? Who did them? You're not in trouble with me, okay? We're just trying to figure out what's going on.
You're not in trouble with me. Oh my fuck. The fact that this officer is having to tell the child, you're not in trouble with me. Because at this point, when this kid came out and sought help, he was under the impression that he deserved it still. Because there was such a psychological and emotional manipulation about what Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke did to these children, that they truly made these kids believe that they deserved it. So he's so reluctant to get help on the situation and be honest about it.
Our main focus right now is you, okay? Who put the ropes on you? Supposed to help you what?
Portions of the evidence have been redacted. While he's being treated, he tells the officers he's not the only one who needed help. His sister is still inside Hildebrandt's home. When officers go inside of the home, that's when they make another heartbreaking discovery. Ruby Franke's young daughter, who we're referring to as EF, sitting inside of the closet cross-legged on the floor in complete
sitting in a closet?
Silence.
You come in, my buddy. I'm a police officer. Are you going for the union here? Hey, you okay? Is this just you in here? I'm Sergeant Tobler. What's your name? I just have one. Where's your sister at? Contact one. You okay? Huh?
Oh my fuck. She's locked in this closet, sitting on the floor, sitting straight up, and the police open the door, and she's so removed from reality by her abusers that it's like she can't even fucking interact or fathom interacting with somebody outside the reality that was painted for her. This is so fucking sad. This is so against a Neogenian principle of, like, honestly, when it comes to children and their opportunity to grow and explore and be educated, you bet your ass Neogenians are behind children 100%. Like, this is just, well, anybody, you don't have to be a Neogenian to realize that this is wrong. Like, you don't have to be Neogenian to realize this is just, as Mark says, conditioning. It's conditioned by the abuse. This is so fucking sad. God.
You come in, my buddy. I'm a police officer. Are you going for the union here? Hey, you okay?
Look, here's the thing. I don't like police at all. Like, I really don't like police. I'm highly critical of police, but I do like that the officer here is being very docile and kind. Like, thank God. They have that sensibility.
Is it just you in here? I'm Sergeant Tobler. What's your name? I just have one. Where's your sister at? Contact one. You okay? Huh? You doing okay? You don't want to talk to me? Yeah, that's okay. Can you come with me?
Oh my God, I almost want to cry. Like, she can't fucking say anything because I know deep down inside of her what she's thinking now is that if she says anything to anybody, she's gonna get punished.
No.
Sergeant Tobler would later tell ABC News they initially believed Frankie's daughter was a little boy due to the young girl having a buzz cut at the time. Tobler then tells EF they apprehended Jody Hildebrandt, but the little girl still sits silent, seemingly too afraid to speak.
We got Jody out here. You know Jody? She's outside with us. You take your time, bud. I'm in no hurry. I'm not a police officer. Did you know that?
She's so traumatized. Like I said, I hate police, but at this point, they are her savior. So it's yeah, he's like, I'm a police officer. Did you know that? She has no fucking any conceptualization of any reality outside the reality that her abusers painted for her. So this is just this just as well be aliens abducting her. It's that kind of experience. She's so, exactly, Laura, she's so scared and so out of reality that this just as well be an alien abduction.
I don't mean to hurt you at all. You doing okay? Are you scared? Yeah? You're okay. Do you need help?
Poor little thing. That poor little baby. That poor sweet little child. Beautiful little baby sweet child. Oh my God.
You want to come with me? No? I'm not going to hurt you. Promise. See this right here? It's a badge. It tells me I don't hurt people.
Well, I don't know about that, officer. I don't know about your badge signifying that you won't hurt people. However, within this context, I will allow it.
Sure to make sure you're okay. You're in no way in any trouble. I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to make sure you're okay. And I get if you're scared. I would be too. Okay? You want to come with me?
Poor sweet.
Still visibly afraid, the officer then offers reassurance to the young child by sitting down on the floor with her.
You should sit down.
Oh my fuck. Yeah, not a fan of police, but I will allow this specific incident because, the office, this is the right move. Because the officer could have just, picked the child up and been like, all right, we're just gonna, whisk you off away. But no, this is a very huge... And here's what makes me mad. Police are capable of being empathetic and de-escalating of situations. So, like, they are capable of doing this, but they don't extend this to other people. But anyways, that's a whole fucking different subject. Totally, like, oblivious to this. So, I do like that this officer is really fucking, like, invested in the psychological safety of this child.
It's okay if I just sit here with you. We don't have to say anything if you don't want to.
Oh God, the way she's breathing.
I'll just sit here with you.
Well, yeah, Mark says, why not have a psychologist or social worker on the scene for this, for the second you've cleared the space of culpable suspects? And this is what people mean by defund the police. They're not saying defund the police doesn't mean get rid of police. It means that we need to allocate the funds we give to the police to other services that can provide this so that police aren't overworked. Because here's the part where I am sympathetic to police. They're required to be like the peacemaker, the psychologist, the social worker, like all at once, right? And they don't have the training for that. And that's where shit goes wrong. So police do have a purpose. I think they need to be here. I totally believe that there's a point and a purpose to police. You know, historically, there's another conversation there about how they originated. I get that. But current day, like, yeah, there's a point and a role for them. However, they're not psychologists. They're not social workers. And that's where the funding needs to be allocated to. So that there is a sort of like crisis team. So when the police clear the area of any like extreme perpetrators, they then have like the social worker, the this, the that, the other coming in and taking place, like coming in and doing the psychological connection with the child here. So when I say personally, yeah, we should defund the police, I don't mean we should get rid of them. I'm thinking we need to back the police up by reallocating the funds to social workers and, you know, this, that, the other, that helps and backs up the police. All right? We don't need guys with guns all the time. Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. I will admit, yeah, you need a fucking guy with a gun. My opinions on guns is another fucking different subject, but, you know, like, that's just, yeah, I don't mean to fund the police as in get rid of them. I mean, like, we need to evolve and reallocate, like, where things actually work better. Mark says, yes, it means reallocating funding away from things like buying the military armored vehicles. That's the weird thing. It's like, yeah, we're funding the police more, but it's like, yeah, they get like an armored tank and like military grade like toys. And it's like, I don't know if that's what we need. Anyways. Oh my fuck.
I'm just gonna sit down. It's okay if I just sit here with you. We don't have to say anything.
Poor little precious thing. Ugh. That's how I feel deep down in my heart. Like, my instant impulse is like, you poor little precious angel. How dare Jody and Ruby fucking, like, defile you like that? Like, children are pure precious souls that like, deserve the utmost respect.
Okay. I'll just sit here with you.
A little more than an hour later, EF is still afraid to leave the closet. Sergeant Tobler asks the young girl if she's hungry and would like some food.
I'll put this here, okay? Whenever you can eat. There we go.
Oh, that's so sweet. EF seems nervous to eat as she stares at the small personalized pizza for several minutes before slowly inching the food toward her so she can take a bite.
Oh, poor little thing. Yeah, eat your food, honey. Eat your food, honey. God. Fucking hate this. This is too fucking... This is real. This isn't a fucking, like, horror movie. Like, this shit is real.
Frankie's daughter reportedly eats the entire personal pizza and half of the large one. More than an hour goes by and EF is still afraid to leave the closet.
Yeah, because she's hungry. Oh my fuck. Dude, if I ever have a child, they are going to be like the most precious thing in my fucking life. Like, I will die for that child.
As officials take turns to try to get her up, but she's still not budging. One EMT tries to get her to talk, but she said she's nervous.
You don't want to talk? Okay. There's nothing at all you want to talk about at all? It's okay to talk to me. Are you scared? What?
It's unclear what was said after EF tells the EMT she's nervous. However, 10 minutes later, officials reassure EF she won't be harmed.
So can we carry you from there? It's the right choice. I promise. Pinky promise. We helped your brother. And we got him some help too. And that's what we want to do for you. Is we want to get you some help too. We are safe.
Yo, I'm thinking about that, like in the courtroom where Jody Hildebrandt made her statement and Ruby Franke made her statement, and both of them said that they love these children. Is this love? Is this a result of love? Where a child is so, like, incapacitated that they can't even fucking speak, that they're afraid to eat, that they're afraid to acknowledge that somebody else is in the room? Is that the result of love to you? Like, is that love? Like, would you say the two women that are responsible for the result of this, would you say that they actually love these children? It's not. That's where I hope those women face the full extent of their sentences. I really do. They're both pieces of shit for this. Like, look at this. I'm so upset by what I'm seeing here, because as a basic human being, you wouldn't want this on children. But as a Neogenian, I'm like, children are like the purest form of souls that are like, have the best, purest, like, potential and opportunity in life. How dare you defile that? Like, I would go as far as to say this is a Neogenian sin. Thou shalt not defile or inhibit the progress of children.
We will not hurt you, and we won't do anything to hurt you.
It's unclear what was said next, but after nearly 4 hours, EF stands up with the emergency responders and slowly walks out of the closet. EF is later taken to a hospital. Hildebrand and Frankie were ultimately arrested. When officers later questioned Ruby Frankie, she doesn't say a word, seemingly unfazed.
Was this your water?
It's yours if you want it. We'll say that. How's that?
We also have snacks if you need anything to eat. So I know I introduced myself to you earlier, but my name is Detective Bates, and this is Sergeant Tobler. We're just here to talk to you about kind of a few things involving your kids. So first, do you live down here, or? Or do you live up north?
The silent type. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. You piece of shit. You putrid pile excuse of a Zeta. Like, you are a fuck. I don't believe in NPCs, but she is a motherfucking NPC.
How many kids you have?
Yeah, just sit there and blink like a fucking moron.
We just spoke with your husband, and he said you guys have 6 kids. Are those all together? Are those all your kids? I can wait all day, so it's up to you if you want to talk to us about what's going on. Would you feel more comfortable talking to one of us?
Or do you want me to step out if you want?
Or if you feel more comfortable talking to him, I can step out.
After minutes of not saying anything, Frankie utters back she'll wait for a lawyer.
I'll wait till I have a lawyer. Okay. So you don't want to talk to us at all?
You know exactly. I'm sorry. Her silence speaks volumes. Her silence is so fucking loud and clear. She knows exactly what the fuck she did. She knows exactly what the fuck she's doing. She's fully conscious of what she's done to these kids. Her silence rings louder than anything else.
Do you want to answer that? Or you don't want to talk to us about anything?
So yeah, this is just your chance to tell us. We're just trying to get your side of the story. So it's your chance to do that. But it's up to you. We're just here to talk. And I mean, I'm not asking any criminal questions. If you don't want to talk to us, just let us know and we'll be done.
I've already told you.
That you want a lawyer? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Easy enough.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I can get for you in the meantime? I got the water. Do you need a bathroom break or anything like that? No.
Frankie's response was completely the opposite of Hildebrand's, who did briefly speak with investigators.
How long you lived here in Islands? 11 minutes?
6 years.
6 years. The same house? Wow. You married? Single?
Where'd you move from?
Utah County.
Utah County.
And how long were you up there for?
I'm a little nervous.
You're you know, to be honest with you, if I was sitting over there, I'd be a little nervous too. So don't worry about it. We're just here to talk to your side. And right now, we're just asking you just typical questions, like how long you lived here, that kind of thing.
I watched too many Detective movies.
How yeah?
Which one's your favorite?
Me too. You can't honestly. I sit there and I'm married, and I sit there and watch those with my wife, and I say that, like, we don't. That's not how we do it. Hey, that's not right. So don't take. There's some good ones out there. Don't get me wrong, but most of them are probably a little off base. We're not as mean. I won't get up and beat you up. We don't do that.
We just want to get to know you a little. So if you just kind of want to share a little about yourself and what brought you
Great
down
move.
here, and
Because
So I trust my attorney.
Because as an investigator, like in these kind of situations, the last thing you want to do is come off in such a way that the person you're questioning closes down. You know how I was commenting on how I hate interviews because like they're just kind of like debates like with Don Lemon and Elon Musk. You know how I said, like, I don't really like that because it's just kind of like a debate and it's like really wishy-washy and like people back out. When it comes to criminal investigations, it's a different story. So you need to get information out of somebody. It's not like a publicized thing. You know, there's when you're doing an interview like that between Don Lemon and Elon Musk, like, you really don't have anything to lose at the end of it, right? Except for more conversation. That can't be afforded in investigations and interrogations. You have to get the information you need. You need certain information to make a case. You need to find out the nitty-gritty, like ABCs 1, 2, 3s. So the last thing you want to do as an investigator is come off in such an aggressive way that the person you're questioning shuts down and decides not to talk to you. So when they do things like, oh, hey, you know, they're chit-chatting about detective shows and laughing about it and like joking about it, that's a way to make the person comfortable. You want them to be open to telling you what the fuck is going on.
He said, don't say anything. And I said, I have nothing to hide. And he's like, I know that, but just let me be there with you when you talk. So you guys seem nice people.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm trying to be difficult. This is really, if you knew all the pieces, I think you'd have a lot of empathy for what's going on.
That's what we're looking for. And you're an adult, and the thing about our interview, if we ask you any questions that you don't want to answer, you can just tell us, I don't want to answer that question. But we do want to have a basis and an understanding of what's going on in that home, or what went on up north that brought them into your home. Mm-hmm. And so if you want to share any of that and you don't want to answer any other questions, that's okay.
I'd like to just tell you, but I don't know who you are. I don't know if you're gonna flip my words. I don't know.
And that's the good thing about cameras. Everything, it's pretty much double recorded, audio, video, and it's for the safety for you and for us, because we don't want to flip your words. And this will all be pretty much right there to support you. So we're not going to use anything against you.
Why would be so insistent then? He's an honest, good man, goes to church. I trust him. Why would he say that to me then?
I don't know. I don't know your attorney.
Wait a minute. Did she just mention that her attorney is also a church member? I have some thoughts. As an ex-Mormon, Mormon lawyers or Mormon attorneys are very fucking biased. Okay? Very fucking biased. And I have a personal experience with an attorney being biased. Another story for another time. However, I have stories about Mormon attorneys being biased and resulting in the harm of other people, including myself. I have been victim of a Mormon attorney before.
Be honest.
Well, I'm just saying he's a good, honest man.
Yeah,
and I'm an honest person as well, so we get along great. And he just said, do not say anything.
Maybe just as an attorney, they
always say that.
They always want to be with their client. I'm not sure, but like I said, at any time, if you don't want to answer a question, you don't have to. So the ball's really in your court on what you do want to answer and what you don't. So,
well, I think it looks sad that I don't want to answer anything, but it's not because I'm trying to be difficult. I'm really hanging on what he told me to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who's your attorney?
Adam. His father's an attorney. His brother's an attorney.
Is he local?
You don't know who your fucking attorney's name is?
Yeah.
Is it? I don't know.
It's on,
Really? You don't know who your attorney's name is?
Town Hall is.
Well,
They all have the same name.
The whole reason we're sitting here today is there's a lot of questions we have that we just maybe misunderstandings that we just need to clarify. And
I know, and I'd love to tell you if you were here, because I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with what I say. You know, I'm a psychologist. I've watched people flip things all the time.
Yeah, she's a psychologist and she's worried about people flipping narratives, but yet she's a master, a grand master of flipping narratives, so much so that she's easily convinced children that they deserve the abuse she gives them. Conflict of interest there much?
So I get it. I sit on your side. I get it. I wish people didn't do that, but they do.
Well, if you're not willing to answer any of the questions about yourself, would you be willing to answer any questions maybe about Ruby or Kevin that you could help us understand?
Yeah, maybe that you got yourself involved in that family and you very personally drove a wedge between their marriage, like isolating Kevin and then taking Ruby for yourself because you're a closet lesbian.
We just honestly want to understand what their dynamic is, what happened to the children, what caused their separation.
Right. Jody Hildebrandt has done this time and time again. She is a counselor, she is a licensed therapist, was at this point, but she would be assigned families, she would get involved with families, she would convince the wives that the husbands have some sort of perversion of pornography, convince the husbands that they should seek help and separate themselves from their families, and then Jody would get closer to the wives. I'm sorry. I know it's speculation. I know I'm reaching out there for the stars. But god damn it, Jody Hildebrandt is a fucking lesbian. God bless the lesbians. They have done so much for our country. But fucking hell, she is a closet lesbian. She manipulates the husbands away from the wives. And that's how she does it.
And after talking to Kevin, it sounds like you know a lot about their dynamic and their relationship. So if you could help us understand that at the least, that would be awesome. And that's nothing incriminating towards yourself because it's not pertaining to you. So if you could help us understand that.
Jody, we're going to do this. You asked for your attorney, and we'll leave it at that. We'd like to maybe talk to you later when you have your attorney here present.
Absolutely.
And we'll go
He
down
made an
there, okay?
appointment at 4 on
He made
Friday.
an appointment
Here.
here at 4.
He talked to the officer
Okay.
and said, "Can we make a time?" And he said out loud, "Do not talk to them."
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll talk and see if we can schedule that, and maybe that's just something we just do with your attorney. Okay. Do you have any questions for us? I can answer in the meantime.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Appreciate your time. We'll have you hang tight in here, and then we'll come back and get you, and we'll be on our way. Okay.
Thank you.
Frankie and Hildebrandt were later carted off to jail where they've remained behind bars since. Last month, Frankie and Hildebrandt were each sentenced to as much as 15 years in prison. Frankie's children, E and R, have reportedly been placed in foster care.
Laura says, I get what you're saying, Jan. It's not that she's a lesbian, of course. It's just how she uses that and covers it up. It gets access to the wives and the children by alienating the husbands. She's shit. When I watched her niece talk about her experience with her, she very much commented on the fact that she believes that underneath it all, Jodi Hildebrandt is attracted to women, and because she's so involved in her ideology and religion, it's like her shadow. She rejects her shadow so much that it overcomes her. And this is something we talk about in Neogenian as Neogenians, like, so much, is that we are big proponents of exploring your shadow self in a healthy, reasonable way. Because if you don't, your shadow possesses you. It possesses you like a demon. And you start to explore and experience that in a way that is subconscious, it's not controlled, and it's very manipulative. And so this is what I think is going on with Jodi Hildebrandt. I think deep down, yeah, she is attracted to women. But because her ideology up front and her religion denies that possibility, she instead expresses that in a way by first saying that all men are perverted, becoming a counselor and a licensed therapist in families' lives, convincing the wives that the husbands are perverted and need to be separated from the wives and the children, and then convincing the wives that their own children are sources of the devil themselves, isolating the wives to herself and making the wives only trust her. That's what she did to Ruby Franke. So I truly believe this is like shadow possession at its worst. I think this is a perfect example of shadow possession. Laura says it's insane how those children were treated. Yo, looking at that precious little girl sitting on the floor in a bare ass closet, like a bare closet, so fucking afraid to even acknowledge that the police are even there to like help her, is so sad to me. And then just like watching them like give her food and her so reluctantly eating the food because she's fucking hungry, but she I know deep down inside she feels like she doesn't deserve it. Like, it's so fucking, it's just unbelievable to me. And now, mind you, both Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke at this point have already been sentenced. Like, they've already been sentenced. They're in prison now. They're serving their sentences. And the sentence is consecutive years, like 1 to, I think, 15 years. But it's consecutive per child. Or no, it's consecutive per child abuse case. Or charge. Child abuse charge. So there was 4 charges of child abuse per woman. So at bare minimum, each of them will serve 4 years in prison. However, after that 4 years, there is a parole board, and they could serve up to a max of 30. So it's kind of like we can be guaranteed the minimum of 4 years for them being in prison, but after 4 years, it could be longer. It could be the end of that. Who knows? Mark says, this is the side of human condition that is extraordinarily bleak. It's hard to look at. There's an aspect of humanity that is violent, degrading, destructive, and dehumanizing. And I'm very against that. But I'm also curious. Why is there an aspect of humanity, and in some people, to degrade, destroy, and dehumanize, and do all that? Like, what is like the center and the essence of that? Why is there an aspect of human nature that is so ugly, destructive, and violent? Like, why is that a thing? Why does it exist? And what purpose does it serve? I think this would be an interesting conversation to have. And I'm not sure where to start. I don't know. Is it like a power thing, like a power complex? But like there's something in human nature where like, and it's not like in everybody, but like to some degree it's being expressed in a collective way that there's like degradation, destruction, dehumanization, and just like total ending of human life and human innocence. Why is that? Like, why is there that essence? Why is there that destructive, manipulative, abusive essence in people? Like, where does it come from and why? I'm just curious. Like, what is that? Like, why do we have to be so ugly? Why is that a default that we have to fight against, that we have to work away from? Yeah, why is it a default? Why is it a default? And why do we have to work away from that? What do you think, chat? Anyways. My fuck, we have been live streaming for 4.5 hours. I think it's time, my lovely people. Now, I originally last week talked about live streaming tomorrow and Saturday. I'm not. Tomorrow is technically my birthday, and originally I was like, oh, I'm gonna do a birthday stream, but this is it. This is the birthday stream. I think I'm gonna take it easy tomorrow. I'm gonna relax. I think the thing I want to do most on my birthday is be lazy and just enjoy the fact that I'm alive and in this lifetime, like, you know. So, yeah, that's it. I'm not going to live stream tomorrow. I'm going to enjoy my weekend and contemplate the nature of human destruction and human dehumanization. Is that a thing? Human dehumanization? Yeah. Enjoy my birthday, says Cassie. No, just because you say I'm enjoying my birthday, I'm not going to enjoy. It's a bad birthday. Thank you. I'm going to do it to defy you. Purposefully going to defy you just because. No, just joking. I love you. Human dehumanization. Yeah. Why do we got to do that? Yeah, that's kind of weird, right? Why do humans feel the urge to dehumanize other? And what's the point of that? That is a question I want to answer. Why do humans treat other humans as objects to use? Like, where does that come from and why? What's the natural instinct and drive of that to destroy and defile and dehumanize? Is it about power? You know what? I think if I explore this topic and this question, I might have to read philosophers I don't want to read. That's what that sounds like. To prove you have power. Yeah, exactly, Cassie. Now I'm going to have to read a bunch of philosophers like points about power. Ah! Hegel. Oh, no. No, I'm already... Okay, by the way, this is kind of like premature But since it's at the end of like a 4.5 hour live stream and I have some of your attention, by the way, I am balls deep into an essay video or a video essay about the meta-rational argument for trans people. And there is Hegel into it because a lot of transphobic people and gender critical people paint trans people as a quote-unquote ideology. And so my whole point of my essay is, if you're going to say trans is an ideology, then your concept of cis heteronormative lifestyle is also an ideology. And while exploring the concept of what the fuck ideology is and how that word came about, eventually there will be Hegel. And I cannot begin to express to you how fucking mad and irate I am to have to be reading Hegel. I don't want to. I don't care if you like Hegel. I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it. I don't care if you like Hegel. I don't care. I don't. I don't think you understand what it means to be cornered into a place where you have to read Hegel. No. But I will. You know why? Because I want to present information beautifully to you. Because I care about you. Anyways. So I am far too silly to carry on live streaming anymore. And we are almost at fucking 5 hours of streaming. So I think it's time to leave. I think it's time to gracefully bow out and just leave it at that. So thank you so much for joining me tonight. You all are so wonderful. And I honestly would not be doing this shit without you. So thank you so much for exploring all these topics with me, listening to me rant and rave, and so on and so forth. Mark says, try Hegel and a bagel with cream cheese and chives. Try Hegel in the morning coffee and stop when you have hives. I know, right? Hegel on a bagel with chives. So, good night, everybody. You are so wonderful. What's going on here? Do we have... Let's see. Can we get a cool track? Can we get a cool mood? A chill mood? Okay. There we go. Chill time. All right, people. Thank you so much for joining me. Yes, my birthday is tomorrow. Thank you so much for the happy birthdays. I am 36 years. I'm 36 years old. I don't know if 36 counts as mid-30s or late 30s. Do you think 36 counts as late 30s? Or do you think I'm still in my mid-30s? What do you think? Is 36 late 30s or mid-30s? Mid. Mark says mid. See, I like to think I'm young. And I'm also somebody who is proud to get old. I have no problem aging. It's my right to age. It's my right to be an old bitch. So, yeah, I'm in my mid-30s. I'm still really fucking young. Let's just say that. I'm a young whippersnapper. I'm basically a child. Thank you. I'm sticking to it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, everybody. I love all of you. All of you are wonderful. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for giving super chats and all that stuff. You know, you all mean the world to me. And I look forward to seeing you again next Friday. Okay. Wonderful people. Thank you so much. All right, peeps. Take care. I'm going to go on and enjoy my mid-30s birthday. Thank you. Good night.
Should take